What's up, everyone? Lumen here, and again, I'm joined by the wonderful Sid. Sid, how are you doing?
Good, how are you? I'm not sick this time. That's
Great.
pretty nice.
And hello to the audience. Let us know if the volume is out of whack. I did do an adjustment. Hopefully, the recording has a better volume for Sid this time. Unfortunately, I have to inform everyone that we already missed the first game today. The game has ended. No, it's actually because one of the draft packs had two banned minors. So it is being restarted. I think we can go look and confirm. I don't remember who said they had the banned cards, but we'll just take a look, I guess. It's not this pack. But this pack is a doozy. Oh, this is the one. Yeah, Royalwood and Carpenter's Hammer in the same pack
Uh,
for
I mean,
Nicholas.
yeah, like, it is kind of an unpleasant way to have to deal with this because if you open a really strong pack and then you have to, like, throw it away because there are bad cards in it, it definitely feels a little bit bad, but it's too bad we can't make custom ban lists.
Yeah, it's just not within the BGA features.
Yep.
Alright.
We could, I guess, while we're waiting, look at the packs and see who was favored, and that might be interesting to do. Because there's not really
Uh,
anything but
yeah, we can do that once I'm sure this other game starts. I'm not exactly sure who's creating it. All I bothered to think about was that Zizak's in one game and Sivir's in the other.
Yeah, so I guess looking at, I guess we can go over the tournament score so far.
Yeah, that's a good idea, thanks. Here are the standings after 2 rounds. Zizak with a very strong showing in week 1, winning both his games. The top 4 will move on to a final. In terms of tournament points, the final is scored differently. The final, let's just say, gives 50 tournament points to the winner of the final. It'll be a 1-game final, top 4 players from the current standings. The winner of the final will win the tournament. And there are elevated points for the final for places 2 through 4 as well. So it's effectively a tiebreaker with an extra penalty for being 4th in an earlier round, I think, is how it effectively works. Your placement in the final gives you a bit of extra help in determining final standings.
Yeah, I feel like this is not possible in BGA, but a really cool way to have to be able to incorporate the group stages into the final would actually be to let people choose their seed order based on first, second, third, fourth. Obviously not doable in BGA, but
Right.
if I were doing this in person, I think that's what I would do. It would be fun.
Yeah, I mean, technically it's possible, but we don't want to restart the game on average 24 times to
Yeah.
get it right.
Seems pretty gross, yeah. You could like first person. You could restart until the first player gets to pick his seed, and then everyone else is just whatever what they get in that game.
Yeah, that would make it easier. Sivir, yes, good luck, except everyone's Zizak who doesn't need it. Doesn't that mean you want Zizak to do better to lower the tournament points of the other players? Sivir, you got weird motivations. And indeed, they're backseating totally valid when I'm not playing.
Well, considering the people driving can't hear you, it's not really backseating.
Oh, that game started. That's what that means.
Yeah, we have about 5-10 minutes, I'm guessing, in the draft, so we might as well look at the game that got abandoned.
Yeah. So for everyone joining us in the last couple minutes, we actually had an attempt at a game already, but it had to be abandoned due to multiple banned cards. Do I remember how to do that? I think I do. It's kind of weird how you have to find abandoned games.
Oh, I've never tried to look one, I guess. So.
Alright, so are we going to do this hypothetically if the banned cards are blank?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do that one. Otherwise, you would just pick the bad cards at this point.
Yeah.
So.
Alright. Econ Sean was going to be seat 1, sees a guest room and a sleeping corner.
There's a seatmate as well.
Small scale, I think, is the pick Aquwise with guest room.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm leaning towards. Family Girl room is likely to be very open as well, so that is good for guest room. Like, there's a sleeping corner and a seatmate in the game. So,
Yes.
Well, I guess seatmate only if growth flips on 13, but you have 50-50 chance there.
Mm-hmm.
There's not really much else in this pack.
Yeah, there's like a Prophet and a Collier for someone going big house with clay rooms, perhaps.
Yeah, but a lot of these cards are like synergy cards where you want other stuff to go with them, so it's really hard to first pick these things.
Yeah.
And I'm not a fan of Ropemaker. I don't think it's much of a card, so it is like fine if you're forced to pick it, I guess, and you have to play it off. Right.
Yeah, Barnshed is reasonably good with being 1 wood cheaper than in the Play Agricola version.
This is Country Silo, basically?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, Trey. If one of these Ox or Minor groups has 1 banned card, everyone just ignores it and plays that side of the pack as if it was draft 8. And if there are 2 banned cards of a single type, I just have them restart the game, so it's not like they're drafting 7.
Yep. I mean, decent start, nothing incredible, but small scale guest room is fun and can lead to some pretty interesting games.
Yes.
I think we've seen Nicholas's pack was insane. Like,
Yeah.
The band pack with Carpenter's Hammer plus Royal Wood.
Ironically, this pack could have withstood being a draft 7 pack. This thing is insane.
Easily. I mean, there's Ramclay, Petting Zoo, which are both crazy. The Ox are insane. There's a Scintiller and Collector right at the top. Lord of the Manor, Master Tanner.
Yeah.
I mean, the Octic is pretty obvious to me. I would just slam Collector here because if you need Lord or Master Tanner, you're super happy.
Yeah. The fact that Priest is here is pretty wild, too, for...
Master Huntsman, jeez.
Yeah. Trey wants me to introduce you, Sid. I apologize for not doing it more thoroughly. For those who don't know, Sid is one of the strongest board gamers on the planet, even though he doesn't play on BGA Agricola-wise. Sid, what's your win percentage on Play Agricola?
I have managed to finally sustain it over 50%, yeah.
Over 50%, and you're usually playing with friends, not randoms, right?
Or relatively strong players at least. Like, I would say almost everyone is at least like 400 rated on BGA.
Yeah. So for context, my Play Agricola win percentage against a lot of friends, but definitely some weaker opponents too. My Play Agricola win percentage is like 35. So Sid wins 50% more games than me against higher competition. So whatever Sid says, you should trust it more than whatever you hear from me.
I don't know about that, but like I will say, like you started playing on Play Agricola before you were good, which is a big difference, right? Like you started playing on Play Agricola and got good playing on the site, so that deflates your win percentage a lot. Because I think you still have your historical win percentage counting towards a lot of that 35%.
Fair.
I remember watching some of your videos, and it took you a while to get like the level you are now. Right? Whereas when I started playing on Play Agricola, I'd already watched and like played a decent amount of Agricola, and I think within my first 20 games, I had like 40% win percentage. So I was like not. I had a much higher level of experience, I think, going into the site.
Yeah. And if for whatever reason you don't believe Play Agricola stats, I don't know why you're watching my stream, but Sid also took 2nd place at WBC Agricola last year. Or I guess it was... Yeah, it was 2nd place.
I started on like 6th tiebreak, so I'll take a 2nd place.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what tied there.
Yeah, this would have been a crazy pack if we kept this game, but rules are rules.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Nicholas was not happy to have to discard this and restart. Like, but honestly, everyone gets incredible picks from that pack, so I don't know if it actually benefits him that much.
Right. Alright, Freshman is a blank in this Econ Sean pack, and the Miners are not good.
I mean, are the Ox good? Like, what is good about this pack? Oh, Confidant is decent.
Confidant's decent. Kelp Gatherer I like too much. Pet Broker and Housebook Master and Clay Hut Builder are fun side pieces, but...
I definitely have a weakness when it comes to knowing full, like, metas when it comes to Revised. Does Kelp Gatherer actually trigger that often in Revised? Like, there's just so much food.
There is, but there's usually a chump who goes for fishing combos.
And I guess the early food is and the early veg is the really impactful one. And I think people will usually accept like one extra food to get a good bottom feeding action in stage one.
Right.
So I can see that being still a thing. I mean, it's always been like a decent card in play Agricola, and it's probably still just decent here. The miners are really kind of horrific here.
Yeah, well, Sean would hypothetically be getting a... Oh, no, this is CW. This is CW's pack. I'm sorry. Econ Sean's pack was the first hypothetical one. CW would be getting a tiller from Nicholas's pack, hypothetically.
Yes, that's true. Like, that would be interesting. Tillable stuff is a thing that can be pretty neat, like, this would allow you to go for big house without really having to invest a lot of actions in food.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, if freshmen weren't banned, freshman is an incredible pick here. And you could conceivably wheel Confidant, although it is...
You actually don't really need Confidant when you're a freshman, because you're taking so Ox sometimes, so...
Yeah, that's true. I forgot the Confidant doesn't give a big action, actually.
Ah.
So horrible.
And lastly, from this dead game, we can see Zizak's opening Pulverizer Plow blank.
Lots of bad cards in this draft. Wow.
This is what Arena is like, Sid. Every game there's a couple banned cards, or should be banned cards showing up.
This is a very underwhelming pack too. It looked like this draft had one really juiced pack and then three like mediocre packs. I'm guessing you would go like first pick Stable Cleaner?
You might just take Stable Cleaner, yeah.
It's cleaner.
Oyster Eater you could try to justify, and then the miners are okay. I mean, Reed Belt's probably the strongest. If it's not Water Lily Pond, Nest Site and Grain Sieve are okay.
Yeah, and none of them like synergize amazingly with any of these Ox, really. There's no fishing stuff and there's no stable stuff. Stable Clearer still has some of those really busted stable combos, right? Like,
yeah.
Sample Stable Maker or something like that.
Exactly, yeah. Sample Stable is the dream for a lot of mini strats in this set.
This is probably the weakest pack of miners, but Winter Lily Pond is fine. It's a lot worse with the 2-Ock requirement than the 1-Ock one. It's such an auto pick when it was 1-Ock. Like,
I mean, it's not weak still, so...
No, it's still very good. It's only slightly worse. It's just that the tempo in stage 1 is worse. You don't have... Like, the really strong advantage of that was you go Ock into SP for round 1, and then you have food guaranteed for stage 1 harvest.
Right.
Which I felt was... But it's still very good. I mean, the clear pick here, I think, because everything else is just situational and not synergistic. Well, Pulverizer Plow aside, obviously.
I'm a fan of Reed Belt, but maybe I like it too much.
I don't like the 2 food costs.
True, yeah.
I find that, like, the games that I've watched and the few games that I've played, realize there's a lot of food mid to late game, but early food can be tight. And Reed Belt is, like, a very delayed payoff for a pretty hefty early cost. I think it's still probably the second best miner in the pack, leaving aside Pulverizer. Grainbag can be okay, but I think Grainbag's a lot worse than it is in...
Yes, it definitely...
It's just so plentiful.
It is worse than revised. Alright, we have the first game here, completed their draft. I have some draft pack pictures ready for us right now. So Zach is in first seat and open private teacher. We have Econ Sean taking 3 wood. Those are the first 2 packs I've got here. Oh baby. This is Zach's pack here. Sorry for the resolution, small issues, but we have private teacher, seed seller, beer stall.
That is so strong.
Oh, Zach.
Oh my god. So honestly, beer stall is probably my favorite beers from the set. I think it's incredibly strong.
It's insane.
It's just so much free food. And family-friendly home on top of that to just grow like crazy. This is...
But we also don't necessarily need family-friendly home because we also have Reader, which is a place for a person if it's your 7th Ock. Master Fencer.
I mean, like, Readers with private teacher is very good. If it triggers, assuming like people are playing Ox,
right,
you probably would just dedraft the family-friendly home. But it does give you some flexibility. Like, if people aren't playing Ox as aggressively, you're not going to get your private teacher stuff online as quickly. So, Still very strong pack. I mean, the food. This is just like infinity food again. It's gonna be a very strong setup for him.
Next up, Econ Sean.
Ooh. This is also incredible. Holy
This is pretty sauced. Childless Lord of the Manor Sleeping Corner is already really nice. We have feed pellets and kettle backing it up.
Childless makes diligence so trivial.
Yeah, diligent farmer, you can do fields, grain, crops. Or if you don't have fields, you can do the crops and forth pastures. Which maybe this hand wants a little more.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're going to take grain with Childless more than veggies, probably, for kettle. But kettle is like very grain intensive, and Childless isn't quite enough grain, so maybe you still just ignore kettle.
And we do have a potato harvester to make the veggie harvests a little more fruitful. We also have a wild greens, which is actually quite good here, I would say.
Yeah. And feed pellets is like actually quite strong here, I think, because you're trying to lord the manor. Like, let's say, if you want to actually mix animals, which this hand can actually do, I think. The only like problem this hand has really is fields. Shifting cultivation alone isn't quite enough, but Chalice incentivizes you to plow early, so
yeah,
this looks incredible.
It does look very good. Let's see. CW sent me a pack. Let me see if Nicholas has sent me anything here.
Well, he's played a forest there, not there. The forest. I can't remember names. The one that gets read.
Forest Reviewer. Yeah.
Reviewer.
I do not have a pack from Nicholas. We'll just have to go without one for now.
That's fine.
Alright, CW's pack.
I see a Pioneer already, so that's good. I do love me a Pioneer. The rest of this pack isn't very synergistic. I guess maybe you can do Animal Driver plus Master Tanner things, but it's not that easy.
I think this is just a resource hand with Pioneer, Porter, and Shovel Bearer.
Yeah, that's really all that you have as your like advantage here. I mean, I guess Potter's Market is a way to turn some of these the clay into veggies.
Yeah, that's a neat thought, and I guess it has enough crops, maybe. I don't know if this Master Tanner is very good. I mean, there's a fun ideal here with Water Gully, Master Tanner, Ox Skull.
Well, actually, I think you could. You probably do have good resource type for Water Gully. Like, the well looks very doable with this hand with Pioneer.
Yeah.
If you do get the well, and you can just hold the cows, you can just let them breed and use Master Tanner later. Which is still pretty good, I think. So that is actually a pretty strong line that I would try to do here, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, looking at the other two hands that you're up against, this is going to take some beating. Like, I mean, it's going to take a lot of breaks to beat those hands, I mean.
Yeah, and I did get the hand from Nicholas soon after I said I didn't have it. The Forest Reviewer, of course, a first pick Skillful Renovator, some District Manager ideas with Forest Reviewer, that could be very strong.
Yeah, that can be very strong.
Harvest House and Wood Workshop, some very good minor improvements. We have a large greenhouse to feed Schnapps Distiller, perhaps, if District Manager isn't doing the job. Backup food with Emergency Cellar as well. There's a lot of good stuff in this hand.
I think this hand is just value hand, right? Like, you just have lots of value. There's nothing, like, no particular synergy that looks outstanding here. Like, I think Forest Reviewer District Manager is cute, but I don't know how, like, easy it is to get that off still. Even when you go for it. But you only need 2 procs from District Manager to be really good. I'm guessing it was Childless that got picked, right?
It was, yes. Which is a tough choice. I would probably do it differently, but...
No, I think with Sleeping Corner as your minor, you go Childless over Forest Reviewer.
Fair enough. Alright, so catching up on this game... through round 2, maybe 3. Of course, the animations are just gonna make it look like light speed is happening. 6 clay in round 3.
Yeah.
For Nicholas, who I think is just taking the clay for the value, and Wood Workshop, I suppose.
Yeah. You can definitely build playrooms with this hand, so...
Yeah.
Only use Scope for Renovators, you don't necessarily need to. A bit sad for Gordon with his Shovel Bearer that the 6 clay got taken, but...
Yep.
He could potentially get 2 clay, 4 food next round, which is still quite strong. Or 4 food, 4 clay, 5 clay, 3 food, which is also very good, so...
definitely good options.
This-
Econ Sean does have room parts and childless to play here, so successfully getting that down in round 3.
And Zach getting lots and lots of value from his private teacher.
Yes.
I wonder if does Zach just build a stable and play market still?
Whoa! 2 stables would be so spicy here.
Yeah.
Gray is in chat saying that CW missed on the well here by not taking wood.
Yeah. Wouldn't he still be a stone short? I mean,
I think it would be a stone short. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, this other game has started now with Sivir.
You mean in round 2? I see.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Sivir, Mark, Sam, and Laser Trip. We have those packs coming in. First up, let's look at Sivir's. First pick was Wares Salesman. That's already played. Early Wares Salesman. Stone Cart, Stone Sculptor is very nice. Animal Activist for some early wood, some extra animal capacity, and a Bed Maker.
Yeah. Interesting to see Stone Sculptor. Like, a first pick Stone Sculptor is...
Wares Salesman was first pick.
Oh, Wares Salesman, sorry. This is the Wares Salesman pick? Yeah. Okay. That makes a lot more sense, and they're going to play Stone Sculptor next, so... Okay.
Yeah, and a Champion Breeder looks great here with Domestication Expert, Stable Master, Briar Hedge.
Yeah, it looks very easy to set up the Champion Breeder, as long as cows aren't late. If cows and 4 are both late, then yeah, this could get tricky.
Yep. So, Animal Teacher, the first Ock from Mark. I'm going to open that picture now. That is a second peak Animal Teacher. There's a bookshelf we see immediately. Beer stall.
Wow.
Yeah, full farmer. Which is a bit awkward with beer stall, but I guess you could just place stables outside.
Beer stall is... I mean, there's no real grain in this one. I don't really know how easy this beer stall is to get going.
That's true. There's like a hill cultivator and an animal tamer, but those are not the dream.
Yeah.
You kind of have to...
Beer stall might be good for late game, potentially, but I could also see this beer stall just being a dedraft here. If you passed a bunch of grain cards, like, very reasonable dedraft.
Mm-hmm. Alright,
Laser. This is a good hand, like, pretty good animal synergy. Animal tamer might also help a decent amount getting the early animals breeding. So.
Yep, absolutely. Paintbrush here could be pretty fun too, with maybe Hill Cultivator coming in. This is Laser Trip's hand.
Oh, just big house.
Just big house.
Very straightforward big house hand.
And we haven't seen any growth health in this draft yet. That is a 4th pick Market Master with a House Artist.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It is. There aren't a lot of early ops, but I think you still just play like. Also, there's a district manager, outskirts director.
I mean, I'd be happy playing 5 of these early.
Yeah.
I think this is because estate worker's good early too.
I mean, the district manager, outskirts director looks kind of incredible this time, right? That does work.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you don't get the 2 read if you do it, but it's still, like.
Yeah, you don't. You're putting read into the game, but you don't really need it yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is a good hand. I don't know if Stone Carver gets one play here. The stone demands on this hand are pretty high, but this will probably fine. Like, you have a state worker if you really need a little bit of emergency stone. Yeah, this is good. I like this hand.
It does definitely suffer in late grow.
Yeah. At least it has good food, though, so it won't fall apart internally.
Mm-hmm. And I haven't gotten a pack picture from Sam, but we have a greengrocer and a pipe smoker already played, with no crops or fields after 2 rounds.
It's fun. I do like pipe smoker. It's not as strong as it reads, I think. It reads 12 word, but never found it to be quite that strong. But
yeah.
If you can set up in stage 1 without hitting or hurting your tempo too much, it's pretty good. Is there value assets as well?
That is a value assets, yes. Speculation from chat for a Seducer.
Yeah, could be. This is a fun hand for Seducer.
Yeah.
Seducer does require boar as well, right? Sheep or...
It's sheep.
Oh, it's just sheep? Okay.
So this will be interesting to see the next few moves for Sam. But in the meantime, let's go back to the other game.
Sure. It does look like both games have a lot of food and a pretty good amount of resources. So this is going to be, these are both going to be fairly rich games.
Yes.
And it might come down to ceiling quite a bit here.
I think based on the drafts, this game, the one I'm watching right now, is going to be more interesting, but there's a long way to go, of course. Econshawn did get childless running. There was no stable block from Zizak, who opts to build the clay oven instead.
Yeah, pretty reasonable. He doesn't need market stall right now. It could just be for later.
Yeah.
Zizak has Artisan District, yeah.
Yep.
He might go for that, although he doesn't have like easy access to a bunch of stone, I think, what I remember.
No, but the funny thing is Craftsmanship Promoter lets you build all the bottom row majors as miners. So, pretty silly to find this with Artisan District. And I guess we just missed that in the evaluation of this opening hand here.
I don't think I would have caught that because I don't know what Craftsmanship.
I usually ignore Craftsmanship Promoter as anything, but you get one stone blank blank blank. So, Laser Trip plays that Market Master, and maybe going to play House Artist right now. I'm actually not sure if that works or not. We'll find out.
Whether you can build immediately?
I think you can't.
Probably doesn't matter either way because he can just take it again next round if he needs to.
Yeah.
But yeah. It does look like you cannot, otherwise he might have just done it there.
Right.
Strong hand? Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, where's Salesman giving you a bunch of early read, possibly?
Yeah, I mean, he just has to play the stone...
Sculptor.
The stone sculptor, yeah. It has the same thing, but it hasn't changed. So. Yeah, that stone read feeds him, gets him a point. It doesn't quite fully feed him, but it seems like there's not too difficult to get food here. He might play for a fireplace, though. Not sure. It's not really an incredible fireplace here. Oh, the fireplace is gone. What am I talking about? Like it's already on Mark's board. Why does Civ have 2 play then? Why did he take 2 play?
Civ, why would Civ have 2 clay?
Did he have a miner?
There's nothing in this hand that says spend clay.
Yeah. Presumably Mark had the clay first and built a fireplace, so it's sort of strange to take clay after that.
I actually think Mark took 2 clay round 2.
And Civ just seeded the fireplace. That's possible, yeah.
I think that's the most likely outcome here. Yeah. Has growth flipped yet over here? No, we're not even done with round 5.
Oh.
Alright, I do have the hand now for Sam, who has opted to play Greengrocer and Pipe Smoker already. Aha, carrots, and a double turn plow.
That is really fun. Stops the store to pay off the veggies with food as well. Yeah, this is... I'm not sure how strong it is. It does actually look pretty strong. Like, this looks good. But it looks extremely fun. Even if it's not good.
Yeah, I think we had some third seat slowness for playing the cards there. And
Garden Hoe is a thing. It's not an amazing thing, but it is a thing.
Was that Garden Hoe? Yeah, yeah. Playable after you play all the other stuff you need to play. And double turn plow is at risk of not happening.
You might not have tempo, I agree. So
yeah.
You need to just get it going.
Yeah, we just have a single grain zone here for pipe.
Seems reasonable if you, like, you don't really want to spend your first grain on the plow. I mean, he would spend food here, but...
Looks like we have a reed stone at some point in stage 1 for Sam. Not exactly sure where that fits in.
I mean, yeah, I don't know which round he took it. He could just have been blocked from Oxenward, but it is not that good for him.
Yeah.
I would definitely prefer a 2 read action if we're going for like room parts.
Yeah, agree. Civ has played Stone Sculptor, has room parts, will be able to feed, and is currently start. Looks like Civ will get the second room after Laser Trip has now built one with this House Artist Market Master combo. Looking back at Laser Trip's hand, Estate Worker or District Manager or Outskirts could all be played here.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna take traveling a decent amount. These Ox are all pretty good if you just get them out early. District Manager before the Estate Worker is interesting, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable choice. Piggy Bank has already been played, and Traveling's not going to be giving that much food.
Yeah. Well, the sort of it can be hard to get the 2 actions during the growth queue, especially when you build first room. So I don't know how much this will do until the growth queue is over, which is why I figured the other card might have been better first. You don't like give yourself some tempo restrictions in stage 2, and then you start using this in stage 3.
Yeah.
But even 1 hit is pretty huge, so I could see this being reasonable. 5 food is extremely large amount of food for the stage.
Yes. And as you said earlier, just 2 procs of it with 1 being early is definitely good enough to be worth playing.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's like a pretty high tier rock, I think, if you're getting 10 food and 5 food in like the first few stages. Yeah.
I'd better start valuing it higher.
Well, I agree with Ruben's talk. That's what I was saying, right? If it's late growth, he just doesn't have the tempo to take it. He's gonna have to protect growth a lot.
Right.
And seeding growth is awkward when the person after is building first room, so.
Absolutely.
That's partially why Estate Worker build the well or something would have been better. He wants the well anyways pretty badly.
Okay. With Piggy Bank working, I guess it's been delayed. With the delay, then the well might not happen, so.
How much food is on the Piggy Bank?
Just 1 right now, after round 4. Not perfect.
I don't think that's getting the well. It seems unlikely.
Yeah, and indeed, Gray, with Laser Trip's hand, late growth is disaster.
Yeah. You can try to polarize yourself to early growth here, but it is slightly different because he might be dead, but not fourth necessarily, and that might matter.
Yeah.
If he plays a bit more conservatively, he might not win, but might get a better position. But yeah, this
What miners to park with? Comb and Cutter.
Yeah, this is pretty rough.
And indeed, we have going for District Manager here. I think that's probably the wiser move. It's just sad.
I agree.
Still fine in round 6 grow, I think, because there aren't going to be any start builds happening.
Yeah, and round 6 growth is still perfectly fine. Round 7 is a complete disaster because then you grow in 10, I think, here. And then, you're just 4th, I think, at that point.
Late grow in this one.
Oh, that's interesting.
Already 4 fields for Sean. This is getting nasty good for Sean here.
I mean, Titleless Sleeping Corner, Lord of the Manor, late grow is just crushing.
This is so good for Sean. Can't wait to see his YouTube video drop tomorrow.
Yeah. I haven't actually seen his YouTube videos yet of the first games. I should watch those.
They are pretty entertaining. Shout out Econ Sean. I assume everyone watching the stream and the recording are already well aware of Sean's videos.
Yeah, I enjoy his streams when he streams a great one.
I mean, clearly more popular than me when he actually chooses to stream. I've just accepted it.
I think a lot of his popularity came when he stopped playing Agricola, unfortunately. Pokemon is a lot more popular than Agricola.
That is true.
His Pokemon streams were fun, I just can't watch that many Nuzlockes.
CW has well parts. Nicholas has opted to build BMW early, which makes a lot of sense with Forest Reviewer.
Yeah. Good food, he needs the food this stage anyways. It's pretty solid.
Order has already procced 3 times now for CW. Nice big 5 clay 4 food action.
So if you're Sean, I think your only goal here is to take as much wood as humanly possible. Get fence 4 tight maybe? Try and sow your grain and veggies and then go for Diligent Farmer.
Yeah, we get a sow here, which I think makes enough sense. Eating one raw grain and then being able to play kettle.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, I agree.
Oh, never mind, not eating raw grain.
Oh, yeah, wild greens, of course.
Okay, this setup for Sean is great. And reminder about the rest of the hand for everyone in the audience. We have a Lord of the Manor, kettle, sleeping corner, reed pond. I don't know, shifting cultivation. It probably has been played already.
Yeah, presumably.
But
also, this diligent farmer is going to be so disgusting here. He's so close to it already.
yes, he is one field and two veggies short. And we might see a manual veg.
It could be, yeah, manual veg, sleeping corner, a plow, sow, and it's quite a few actions. So I think if the wood is good, I don't think he needs to push for it that hard.
Yeah. Trey, your best bet is going to be having the compendium open, unfortunately. I apologize that the card command is imperfect. Obvious well for CW, whose hand looks like this. We are going to see Water Gully, Master Tanner, Ox Skull eventually.
Yeah. I could totally see a clay room too. He has lots of incentives to take clay here between Porter and Shovelbearer, so.
Yes, it's just going to be late growth that, you know, we're going to have issues on a very extended growth queue here, I think.
Well, at least Sean will not rejoin the queue, and I think when you're building the room in clay, you can afford to get it, like, the growth a little bit late. You're pretty efficient that way, so. If you're taking an action that gives you 5 clay and 3 food, you're
4
pretty
food,
happy.
yeah. It is very efficient. Alright, did we get double late grow? We don't. We have a mid-growth game here. Laser trips.
Not dead, he just table blocks.
Yes. Single stable.
That's mildly surprising. Did he have animal stuff in his hand? To hold animals?
No.
Yeah, interesting.
I don't think a second stable is bad.
Yeah, I don't think so. No, there's not like huge wood demands, and that way you can actually start holding some animals.
Mm-hmm.
It looks pretty solid to me. And it's not like one reason to not build a second stable in these situations is if the person after, like, if Nicholas can also try and like jump you, and then you have to stable block again. Or not Nicholas in this case, sorry, Sam.
But
that doesn't look like it can happen really. So.
Yeah, there's still a third stable if you build 2 here. So.
Exactly. 1 stable is often like a non-action, but 2 stables is not necessarily. It's not much worse than fencing early. It obviously can't give you multiple animal types, but.
Right. Alright, Sam did get the double turn plow down last round. Good for him.
Sam's a good game. He can. It does matter whether he gets jumped or not. I think he can avoid getting jumped here. We haven't seen his hand, have we?
Yeah, we did. We got it. It's the Carrot Museum hand.
Right. I don't think growth is a priority for him right now at all. He's
No.
just trying to get this settled.
We do have a question from Schmog asking us what we think about Sean's field aesthetics. I'm a big fan. I like this a lot. It bluffs the field fences. I'm not sure how valuable that is to Sean. Probably not super valuable because making people think you have field fences is gonna make them scared of your start players more. I'm not sure how good that is for Sean.
It might make them deny wood less, which is really the advantage you could gain. I think ultimately it's just style points. He has Diligent Farmer, so he hasn't really lost any flexibility from doing this.
Right, the 4th room is gonna go up top.
Yep. And the 5th field will go on the top right corner, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's good aesthetics. Second oven for, no beer stall yet.
Zach's going for the Artisan District so far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
BMW already taken, though.
Yeah, that's true. We won't get next points. Gordon passed on Grow.
For a big wood action. I don't hate that.
He passed on Grow twice, though, by doing this. Oh, no, passed on SP, yeah. As long as he doesn't get jumped, I think it's reasonable, potentially.
I mean, the fence is coming a lot faster for water gully cows.
The cow breeding is probably what he's thinking about, and I think it's reasonable. He has 14 fences now, so he can just fence. Also, it was 7 worth 1 food, I'm guessing, that he passed for.
Yes.
That is a really strong action. Yeah. That's been a good quarter so far. It's triggered a wood 3 times.
Indeed.
Wow. This game, it still looks like it's going to be very hard to beat Sean in this game.
Yeah, but I do like this counterplay from CW trying to get ahead on animals here.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's a nice gift for Zizak to grow around earlier while wanting to rush out these Artisan District majors.
I mean, I'm sure he's just going to grow with Beerstall and have Infinity Food, so it's very sweet. He kind of wanted to play 2 improvement actions anyways this stage, and he gets it now with growth.
Yes. Indeed, we get fences here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only danger for Gordon is if he fences here, Nicholas can FP build on him. Like,
yeah.
that could make this line a lot worse. Having said that, like, it may be a risk worth taking because you are a bit behind. Like, you're not really beating Sean very easily if you just try to fit into the growth queue, lose all the wood actions. And I think Gordon is behind on tournament points as well, right? So he has to go for more aggressive lines here.
Gordon is behind, yes.
Him and Nicholas need to win pretty badly here.
They do. Or at least second places.
You know, 2 seconds could be enough, but with Civ already, the 4th seed already at 11, I think 2 seconds probably does not win, like, get them to the final here.
Probably not. Like, a second and a first is probably what you need, but
Yeah.
going for accepting or like trying hard for second is not necessarily a crime for them, I don't think.
Yeah, but I think you only do that once it's very clear you have to, which it might be once, like, if Sean gets his wood and gets to drop Diligent Farmer, Sleeping Corner in relatively on time, Growth Without flips in 12. Yeah. Or actually, Growth Without doesn't have to flip in 12 for him because he's Diligent Farmer, yeah.
Right. What resource or what type of room do you think the Diligent room is? Do you think it's wood, clay, or stone?
That's a good. We should make a gamble here. I actually don't know here in this position what it'll be. I think it's going to be wood, is my guess here, because there's not much reason to push for clay, and he's pretty far off from it right now.
I would also guess wood, but I also do think it's prediction time. Let's see what Sean's Diligent Farmer room is.
Is it actually possible to run a prediction with 3 options, or?
Yeah, I can. I'm actually thinking of making 4 options. No Diligent Farmer.
It would take a really courageous person to bet on that from this position.
I mean, the odds would be good. Here's 5 minutes to do the prediction. So enjoy wagering your channel credits there. If anyone needs a recap. Diligent Farmer, if you would score 4 points in 3 scoring categories, you can extend your house by 1 room at no cost. It works on all types of houses. And Sean is currently 2 veggies and 1 field away from proccing Diligent Farmer, or 1 field and 4 pastures.
And for context, he also has Sleeping Corner, so basically whenever he builds his room, he can grow into it.
He also, yeah, if Urgent flips early, you know, we might not see the Diligent Farmer until late, and then if it procrastinates, it might not happen.
Yeah,
I'm trying to.
It's not 0% chance.
Yeah, but wood is a good bet. Clay is a fine hedge. Stone is pretty aggressive, and I think no Diligent Farmer is maybe more likely than stone.
Maybe equally likely, yeah. If you're in that position, you're playing in round 6, round 14, and you can get blocked on off, or just have better actions than taking a 3-point -1 food move, which is unusual, but can happen. And there's also the fact that, like, he might never get a stone, so you're right that in that situation.
Oh, Scrap Collector, just in time to get everything. Alright, it's been a while since we checked in on this game. Where Salesman did pick up the BMW. Buyer for Mark. Getting
Like,
extra.
BMW is the most important thing for Ware Salesman to do. Like, losing the BMW makes Ware Salesman almost completely pointless.
Yeah, here we have the most obvious start Carrot Museum. Sam did get Schnapps down last harvest. Paying a raw grain. Probably the right choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy for him to refill here. He's going to want to sow after the stage anyways. He has plenty of crops to sow, so... Sam's game is going well. I mean, he managed to fit into the growth cube. He actually got built into SP here. I don't think he jumped anyone though, right? Everyone's grown here.
Correct. The start is just for safety, I presume.
Yeah.
Yeah, Laser Trip could have had...
I think the start is because he has to play Carrot Museum here, right? Like,
well, yes, that too. Outskirts was played by Laser Trip, who did go Wood.
Yeah, sweet. We're getting... Like, this is fun. I especially now he could potentially just take the 2 read off the board with the clay, which is quite a bit more efficient for him, I think, than 3 read at the moment.
Yep.
He will have big red off tempo issues, so he can't just delay all of his like clay actions for late. He does need to start getting to clay at a reasonable time. But yeah, this looks awesome. I'm glad growth wasn't late here, because I think it would be kind of sad for one person to just have his entire game wrecked and be a non-factor. I think everyone's sort of in this right now.
Yeah. This game looks fairly close. Yeah, Mark looks like that they have the least synergies right now, but, you know, there's 12 clay sitting there, breeding sheep, and what's in the hand? Full farmer, bookshelf. Maybe, do we get museum ever for Mark here? Looks a little far off.
I think full farmer being potentially 5 points here is going to matter a lot, because it looks like Laser Trip will have good ceiling, and if he reaches it, you're going to need some of your own. Although if Laser Trip reaches the ceiling, it's probably not possible for anyone else to beat him, even with Carrot Museum.
Yeah.
He's like very efficient about it. The fact that he has pretty good feeding from here also means he can afford to focus most of your growth from here. And with Animal Teacher injecting animals into the game, he might be able to pick up a decent amount of animals just late.
Right.
This piggy bank has been pretty dubious so far, but maybe it still gets him to well. It looks like Mark is going for pottery, not well, with 12 clay, so...
Yeah, Civ taking a raw grain now has both crops. Oh, just three crop back, like, plow grain veg for Civ this round, who I think is just going to get the iconic grain veg field in stage 3.
It's so good when you can do it. Yeah, it's fantastic.
And then...
He doesn't champion breeder, so...
Say again?
He does have champion breeder, so he also has a good, like, point scoring potential here.
Right. It is going to be interesting to see with Laser Trip in front, and as you say, having good ideas on animals, if Civ can get animals in time.
Well, he has domestication, right? So I'm guessing sheep will not be much of a problem for him.
Sure.
Yeah, I think Mark's game... I think he's still in this, but I agree that his game probably looks the weakest of the 4.
Yeah, I would lean that way as well. Speaking of wells.
The well here, yeah.
Not on Reno. It could have been on Reno.
I suspect this is Sam looking to build more majors. Because he's just going to have so many Carrot Museum resources.
Yes.
He doesn't need to spend them.
I mean, I think building the well is clearly the right move. I'm just thinking about if Renoing would be better.
Yeah, I mean, Renoing takes away clay, which is probably going to be necessary for him to build majors from here, so that's probably what he's thinking.
Sure. No pan baker yet for the pan baker enthusiasts. Laser Trip's most likely last actioning traveling to build a room or two, and then has this action.
I wonder, do you build 2 rooms as Laser Trip? You can. I mean, you have Mason, so you don't need to, but you absolutely can.
Right.
You do probably just get 2 roads in a row here. I guess Mark could take 3 read and try to build a clay room.
There doesn't look like to be too many other options for Mark.
Yeah. And playrooms are very efficient when you can do it without taking a lot of actions, and 3-read is a very powerful action here for him in general, so I expect him to take it. It sort of works no matter what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Harvest House Gray suggested makes a lot of sense.
There is going to be a lot of read in this game, so people should be looking to build if they can sort their wood out.
Tons of read.
Mark, I don't think can build a wood room though. Like his
no,
full farmer.
Definitely not. Gotta get those fences down very early. Did build 2 stables already.
Don't hate that.
I don't either, but I don't love it either. So
he does also have beer stall, but I don't think that's ever like a thing that he can do. So.
No.
Wow, he goes on the room space. Okay. Is he that concerned that someone else can build a room? It doesn't feel like it's very.
Well, we could get a Reed Reno build.
We could, but why build here then? Like.
True.
I guess if you don't build here, you're committing yourself to maybe traveling, and he wants traveling anyways. But.
It is a little odd, spending an entire move on this.
I feel like if you lose one spot in the growth cube, but you're spending a move here, are you really gaining anything? I would just build on traveling, I think, personally.
Yeah.
I guess this start player would have pushed Mark towards...
Yeah, and if that is Laser Trip remembering Woodfield in the draft and Sivir being able to use it, that would be some kind of read. Mark goes for 2 wood, 2 read.
There's really no reason to commit here because you're not gaining anything. It's like you're being risk averse for almost no reward because the cost you're paying is almost equal to the benefit you'd gain by growing 1 round sooner. So I don't really buy this build here. It looks very odd.
Simple Oven on Grow. Should be fine.
I think Laser Trip not building a second stable is biting him a little bit here though, because you really would not mind being able to take 2 board next round.
Right.
Or 3 sheep, whichever one he has a chance to get. You could take 3 sheep here.
Yeah, this is all a little unexpected.
Do we see his hand again? Is there some reason he really wanted the stone or didn't want to
There's just
like
half timbered.
He does. I mean, he wants the stone in general, so I can see him taking it here. But stone into Auk, play State Worker seemed a lot stronger there. Like,
I agree. The State Worker seemed like a very reasonable play. Though, you know, still a clay action away from Renoing to clay.
Yeah, but it's quite conceivable he needs a clay action for also like a cooking moment eventually. And he needs technically 5 clay anyways, right, for half timbered, so.
Right.
He will probably need a clay action. The read from the card is pretty useful.
Yeah, indeed, it's not marked with the Harvest House. It's Laser Trip. 2 Harvest Houses this game, or this round.
Yeah, I'm mildly surprised Mark went for 2 wood, 2 read instead of 3 read, but I guess it's fine.
It's technically better value in the long run in this game, but yeah, short term it doesn't make as much sense. I don't think.
Tempo, but maybe he can still get his growth basically when he wants to, and he didn't want maybe other people to get 2 wood, 2 read and be incentivized to build rooms more easily. Or he's not planning to build a room, but I would be surprised if he's not planning to build a room.
Yeah. We got the fun 3 food wild greens.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, 3 food wild greens. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, Woodfield has gone from a card that was unplayable to such a good card, and that changed from Copes to Woodfield.
Yeah, turns out when you turn 2 wood to a food as a cost, yeah. Going back to the other games, Zach has played that beer stall, has used it for 10 food. I'm a little surprised that the stone oven, I think, has baked something. Did it bake something?
I think it did.
I guess
but,
it's...
well, sorry. I don't know if he actually baked in both the stone oven and clay oven.
Okay.
He had 4 grain after he built the stone oven, but
Maybe he didn't.
Because 1, 2... He should have had 7 grain so far, right? So he probably did bake 1.
I'm sure Zach did the calculations fine. I should not be second-guessing that.
I'm also sure he's going to find. He probably gets one more private teacher activation anyways.
Yeah, CW does get to grow this round. Took a wood action. Looks like it was just 3 wood.
Didn't fence, so you couldn't get jump, but now loses fencing tempo, which is extremely sad. You like put yourself behind in the growth queue to take a 7 wood action so that you can hopefully fence ahead of people, but then now Sean just gets fencing first anyways.
Yeah, I think not fencing 12 this round could hurt CW.
Yeah. And Sean is now set up for diligent basically. Like he's 1 field and 1 sow action. He's there.
Yep.
He ate a veggie. Oh, he fueled. Wait.
No, he didn't eat a veggie. He used kettle.
But he only has 1 veg now. He had sown a veg last.
He has 2.
Oh, sorry. You're right. I'm looking at the wrong person. I was looking at Sazak's stuff.
That'll do it.
Okay. Yeah. Beef bells is pretty fun. Like if you can sow like 2 veggies soon, you should be able to get some good value from that. I'm hoping to see a nice like 6-7 point blow in the manor here. Might be difficult without capacity, but it would be fun.
Well, the stables help with capacity.
Yeah.
You can get 2 Lord animal types easily that way.
His game is almost done, so he has no incentive to not just take wood build stables and like
Yeah.
harder.
Very fun game for Sean here.
Yeah, and a lot of them are so pivotal to first hand because he would have pretty big ceiling issues. Not that ceiling might not matter in late growth, but like it definitely give him good insurance if growth was earlier.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and with Childless being so strong in late grow, as this game is showing, you don't need a ton of support for it in late grow, but you do need to find some help for it if it's early.
Yeah, and I mean, like a black Childless is good, but not like insane. But if you actually have like these crazy payoffs for Childless, like North of the Manor and Sleepy Corner, it's probably like a top 3 arc in the game, maybe the best arc in the game for Sean here. What would enable his game better than this? Nothing really, right?
Yeah, not much. You'd have to have...
Flicker.
Alright, CW started with Wheel Plow, so...
Yeah.
That is maybe a motivation for getting up to 15 wood, so to spend 13 on fences.
That's pretty reasonable.
And with the grain coming in off of Water Gully next round, Wheel Plow will hit cultivation very nicely, if that is what ends up happening.
I still wonder, he's, like, the animals are so good right now, he's going to lose quite a lot of value.
Right.
He's not going to be able to open 2 cows very likely. I think he wants to take whatever action flips.
Yep. I mean, he's Pioneer too, so...
Yeah, definitely. And, yeah, I guess we could end up seeing a Diligent get pushed back, because I don't think Sean is ready for this stage, and if it is indeed, like, go to that room, we'll just play Sleeping Corner and grow, and then Diligent doesn't need to come down anytime soon at all. Your prediction might work out.
Yeah, how did the channel credits end up on that?
I'm curious.
76% of the channel credits went to a wood room for Diligent. 17% of the credits went to Stone, 6% for no Diligent, and 1% of the channel credits on Clay. We have one person, 100 David C, about to, if the Diligent room is in Clay, multiply that channel credit wager by almost 83.
That's pretty good odds.
83 to 1, I would take that.
Yeah, I think I would take 83 to 1 play. I am surprised people wanted for Stone that much more, but...
It's just a little light on votes in general, I think.
Yeah.
Small samples.
Mm-hmm.
Party organizer for Nicholas is a little early. Is there a 3-oc thing in his hand?
I don't remember one.
No, I mean, Harvest House is technically a 3-oc thing right now.
Yeah. Is he playing Harvest House on growth? Maybe. Yeah, actually, that's probably quite likely, actually, right?
Yeah, I think so.
That makes sense.
CW does fence, though the arrangement of that is a little odd.
I guess he's just hard committing not building another room, which
You have Porter, though.
Yeah. I guess now he just needs pottery very badly.
Right. Zach has played Rocky Terrain and a Master Fencer. Nice mini pasture to make sure Master Fencer works next round.
Yeah, this is sweet. That's a really good mini pasture.
But is behind on trying to get pottery and joinery for that possible artisan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if artisan is necessarily something he needs to go for.
Yeah, in late growth, a solid farm, of course, can bring you a long way.
And his game's very efficient, so.
Absolutely. Probably sowing, do you think, last action?
Yeah, it does look decent. Like, the veg clears at least, and he does need lots of grain if he's going to keep meter stalling. Unclear if private teacher he's going to have the right tempo for it. I mean, there's a lot of late game ox that will come down, but I don't know if he'll get it anytime before round 14.
Yeah, Reader looks tough.
Reader's not happening, I think, yeah.
Though it is only Case Builder in the way.
Yeah. But he is second, and I guess it really depends on if Urgent Wish flips to 12 or 13. I could see Reader coming down if it's in 13.
Yeah.
I can see Reader coming down if it's in 12. Yeah, it's still an option. The Reader got fixed to not be 6 ox, right? That was...
Well, it's only 6 in non-draft.
Non-draft, I see. I remember it being a very broken card when we tested it. It's like Agricola it was 6.
Yeah. One of the many. Well, Sean has Reno parts for Clay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are we going to see an 83-1 win?
We might. It is very possible.
I expect Sean to Reno here because or take 7 food, I guess. Taking 7 food seems actually more likely. That lets him not kettle this round maybe and resow, or even with kettle I think it's pretty reasonable to take that much food.
Well, yeah, you don't actually want to eat your grain on kettle if you don't have to, because you can just spend a bunch of it for endgame conversions.
Yeah.
It is just any time, so you can just end the game with 20 grain and then ship it all away.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt him tempo-wise here because... It does have red fireplace, that is true. It does quite feed him though, right? I mean,
it means one kettle.
With one kettle, yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have bad kettle tempo because he can't sow like 7 grain, so... Presumably he wants to still sow 2 of his veggies and get his...
Right.
Oh, I guess not kettling does make it more likely that he can diligent farmer, so maybe that's a consideration as well. He has options. It'll be interesting to see what he chooses.
Yeah, plenty of options. So Zach is going to play an Ock here rather than sow. And it is, of course, Case Builder, because it's not going to be Reader.
Yeah.
Wood, food, grain, good enough.
Yeah, good enough, I think. Really, I mean, sowing doesn't do much for the grain at the moment. If he's getting good off tempo on them, so I think I agree with
Correct.
his decision to just take grain off when he can. He just needs to sow 2 veggies, really, and I think he'll just not. Does Case Builder give a veg?
If you have 2 already.
Oh, if you have 2 already.
Sean's just getting the sleeping corner down. He does have a mini pasture in hand passed to him by Zach. What else does Econ Sean have in hand? Not much.
Not much left. He's sort of played his thing. There's a potato harvester, which doesn't really do anything, I think, at this point.
Yeah, it's like 6 food.
Oh, he just kettled away his screen. Okay. Perfectly reasonable. Harvest House, yeah. Very, very good Harvest House. I mean, but it's such a good card. Usually will give you great value, so...
Yeah. And Nicholas has Skillful Renovator, possibly proccing a couple times, though the Reno queue does look a bit busy.
He might have to settle for 3 wood. He has 10 wood, so I don't think he needs to maximize it. Like, if with Econ Sean, like, looking to renovate, I think Nicholas was really hoping Sean would renovate there. Like, get off the way a little bit. He could have just done it at his leisure. Where did Sean play the sleeping corner? On Major?
Major, yeah.
Over Reno? Really?
Reno was occupied, actually.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I think it was Zach, so...
Oh. I was reading Mike's comment and thought.
Sticking with this game until we see the round 12 flip, and then we'll go check on the other one. CW played Animal Tamer rather than activate Potter's Market again. I guess could still activate it right now. I was expecting Potter's Market, though the Animal Tamer makes more sense crop-wise.
Yeah, I guess he just wants the grain.
And it is cultivation.
Okay, I don't think Gordon is particularly happy about that. I think he needed grow here.
I also think that.
He does have wheel plow, so he'll take cultivation, and he already has 2 cows coming in, so like he's hoping to wheel the boar, which he could. Because my guess is if Zach or Sean are taking animals, they're probably taking cows.
Yep.
So yeah, take cultivation, wheel boar. I wonder who's going to start there here. There's less pressure than normal because of the sleeping corner. And was this the draft on seatmate somewhere?
Was this the seatmate draft? No.
Okay. Yeah, growing 13 is really important for seatmate because well, it doesn't. Either way is really important. I think you generally prefer cultivation actually.
Yes.
It makes a big difference to the value of the card.
Yeah.
It's a very nice move here, so this is a very strong action. It's just, I don't know if this is ever going to be enough for him to overtake other people.
I don't think it is. Like, you're getting 4 more points than what's shown. 29. You have 2 more cow points coming in. It's just that the action shortage is going to really get to him here.
Yeah, I think so too. He might wheel SP. I don't know if he has a good start player of Minor, but I think he really, really wants to get growed out, so he might still start. There really isn't, though.
No, like, you don't have Grange ready, you don't want to Ox Skull until you breed the cows.
I think you're just taking more if they wheel.
Yeah. Alright. Sigurd has fenced along with Laser Trip in this other game.
It does seem like these games are going a little bit more slowly because we don't seem to be forced to catch up a lot when we look at one game for a while.
Yeah, I don't know why the interface is acting differently between this week and last week.
Yeah, it could be that people are just playing more slowly. So, we're not, and maybe just evenly spaces out the moves.
I would guess not, because we're only an hour 15 into the stream, and that means these games have only been going 70 minutes. We're in stage 5 for both of them.
Yeah, okay. It's just behaving differently. Interesting. I don't mind, it's easier to follow.
I agree. You know, it was fun, I'll say, to have the interface showing us moves at immediate speed.
I guess it's a piggy for Hearth, yeah. A sad, sad piggy.
Oh yeah, great catch, Mike. Sam built the well with the Carrot Museum pieces. But
It does look grow here.
joinery and both ovens available. Yeah, going for the hearth instead with Piggy.
It does get to 5, but the grow flip is pretty big here.
Yep.
Plows are going to be interesting here, though. I don't think people have a lot of plow health here in this game.
Yeah, Sam having 5 fields is very big. Sivir doesn't have more plows in hand. Mark doesn't have more plows in hand.
Yeah.
Mole plow for Laser Trip. Still to come. Short of wood.
And it wasn't able to start right here, so a little bit awkward.
Goes for the district.
It's fair enough. It gives him 5 food and wood for mole plow and potentially some stables.
Yeah, probably wanting to Reno mole plow.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It's marked with Briar Hedge, right? So a cow here maybe is happening.
Can you... Briarhead sounds like a renamed card from...
Meadow.
Meadow? Okay. Yes, I agree with you 100% then.
Yeah, getting Bro and being able to play Meadow here. I guess you can just Oct to get your cow.
Yeah.
Taking one off the...
Meadow is cool.
Yeah, I still think it's going to be cattle market rather than Oct, but I guess I should look at his Ox again to be sure.
He's getting his plow in here, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Plows are incredibly tight.
Very sensible.
He does have his pressure on Meadow isn't enormous at least. So
Right. I mean, the only ox here are Full Farmer and Frame Builder.
I can see just dropping Full Farmer here. Like,
I would probably save it until I got until I got a natural cow.
yeah, I can see taking one cow first manually, and then doing this so that you have the breeding cows.
Mark's game
can
looks
basically
pretty
fence
good
out-
here.
Is there an advantage to having the 9th wood when you want to fill in meadow? I think 8 wood is enough, usually. 1, 2, 3.
I think it's just 7 that's needed here.
Right. Well, 8 does give him fence 15, right? So there is that.
You can do it on 7 if you take 8 spaces.
That's true.
Or
But
7
eight's basically
spaces.
pretty bad for Full Farmer, right?
Oh, true. I forgot Full Farmer. Yeah, you probably want...
You only want 5 spaces, ideally.
What you could do in this situation is... can you ignore a stable? No, you can't really ignore a stable with the meadow. That stable placement is maybe wrong.
Yeah, it could be. It's kind of awkward.
Maybe just having a stable here and here, top 2 right spaces would be better.
I agree. But you could ignore the stables if you go for 5 spaces, which, if you're going all in on Full Farmer. The problem, of course, is, I don't know how he fills his farm, and he might just be able to need the capacity from the extra space anyways. It's a non-trivial computation to do here, exactly how much Full Farmer you think you're going to get.
You could also do, with Animal Tamer, you could do 3 1x1s and a 3 spacer with the 2 stables in it.
That's true.
Get 3 Full Farmer points easily.
Yeah, but that would give up on a point for sure, maybe even 2, but...
It gives better meadow optimization and pasture versus space optimization. You gain that point back with the empty covered.
I agree, you gain at least 1 point back, so that could be a pretty good play as well.
I don't see him getting 5 Full Farmer pastures with a good meadow here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, going for 5 pastures really does hurt meadow a lot, I think, so... You lose out on 2 meadow value, essentially.
Yeah, and of course...
I could see this being either the standard, 15, fence 15...
Yeah,
You could still do 3 1x1s with 2 staples in them and 1x3 and potentially fill all of them. You do have a lot of animals.
I'm not convinced you have that many.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
That would be 4, 4, 2, 6. That's 14 animals. Yeah, 14 animals is more than 4, 5, 4. So...
Great. Yeah, I think the stable positioning might generally cost a point here, unfortunately. If you're going for meadow, you probably shouldn't put your stables there.
Yeah, and we obviously mean Briar Hedge when we say meadow. We're reverting to our old...
Meadow is the name of the card.
Yeah. I mean, on Play Agricola, you actually don't spend your fence pieces on the edge, and that would be really insane with Full Farmer.
Yeah, you just make everything into a 1x1.
Yeah.
As many as you can.
Yeah. Alright, the reno this round was taken by Sam, meaning Laser Trip has to major minor this mole plow. Does get to go second next round, so can guaranteed get a plow action.
Yep. Can conceivably get cultivation, because I think
Sam's not
no
taking
interest
it.
in and really wants to take growth.
Yep. Nice debt security for Sivir. Sivir has good ceiling here with the big BMW, debt security, stone sculptor,
Yeah. Agreed.
and did just build another room and grow into it.
I don't think he wants his debt security to necessarily be more than 2 points. He really still wants to try. I expect him to start player for Plauso in 14.
Yes, absolutely.
That's very strong for him.
3 more wild green food on top of all the normal benefits.
Yeah. It's interesting watching these. When I watch a game, if I'm watching the streaming, I'm usually thinking from one person's perspective, which lets me calculate a lot more. So I can I think a lot more deeply. Here, it's trying to take into account what everyone is doing. Definitely, it's a lot harder to try and go as deep into the calculations, I think.
Yeah, we're trying to analyze 8 different positions here, so
Yeah.
we don't have enough time for it.
No, it's just an interesting experience. Trying to think about it a different way.
Oh, we have the delay the plow because there's reno pressure.
Ooh, that's rough.
That's risky.
I.
You might just lose all your plows. because we speculate Sigurd wants start here.
And I think Mark would slam the plow.
Though if we just give Civ cultivation, I guess that works.
That's true. Is debt security any minuses or only spaces?
Only spaces, up to your number of majors. So this debt security is only 1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, a minor that costs food and gives you 1 point is not particularly bad either, so.
It is 2 food.
Yeah. Okay, I think he wields his plow here and gets a plow next round, so I think he'll be okay.
Yeah, late bookshelf for that full farmer. No cow right now. Mark didn't end up going with a cow last round. I think that hurts. I think you really wanted to play Briar Hedge there instead of bookshelf.
I agree, 100%. This bookshelf is, like, Briar Hedge is critical and this bookshelf is just okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess Laser Trip avoided the disaster scenario where 2 plows walk and then he only gets 1 plow action total, so.
Right.
So he's fine now.
I will say very nice aesthetics on the sewing from Sam. Alternating.
Yeah, that is very pretty. Does someone have profit in hand here? Because the run of pressure is genuinely just insane. I hope Laser Trip has profit in hand, because otherwise he's not getting the stone, I think.
No. No profit.
I think this Aftermath House never happens.
Yeah. Bummer. Oh, we have a report on the Diligent. The Diligent is a clay room.
Ow. 83-1.
Congrats, 100 David C. The underdog. Oh, what a moment. Mini Faster also looks like it was played by Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Nicholas is starting going into round 14. Zach does get that reader down and time to grow in round 13. Very nice.
So what would your predictions be here for the ending?
Oh, just kidding. Sean's growing. Sorry, say again.
What would your predictions here be for the end game? Like, for scoring? Like, I think Sean is coming first now. Like, he has, well, maybe not. I mean, he's sort of run into ceiling issues, but he has Lord of the Manor, so.
He has Lord coming. But it looks like 4 Lord categories, which is good, but it's not amazing.
Well, he's still... I wonder if you're supposed to... No, he can't really afford to delay the growth. Yeah, him not getting growth without last round was a pretty big deal for him, unfortunately, with the Diligent being delayed a little bit. And then he couldn't double grow here either, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Right.
But if he can still get 6 wood into 4 stables, that's pretty big. Like 6 wood, 4 stables plus Diligent, plus a grow action plus Lord of the Manor is probably his best sequence next round.
Sure, yeah.
He does have 3 points coming from grow and 4 points from Lord, so he's at 44 already. Plus he's breeding at least 2 points, I think.
Yeah, well, Zach can get this Master Fencer finished, is super duper fed.
Yeah.
Is going 3rd with a very good chance to get so. I don't know, I think Zach has some good endgames too here. What's in the hand? Artisan District for the grow. That's not doing much.
It's 1 point right
It's
now?
just its natural point.
It's kind of insulting that the card is worth a point on itself. Like,
Oh,
why is there
absolutely.
no use in the card? Like, the card should at least be worth 0 and just add a point to all of the things, where if you actually get the bigger thing, you get...
I mean, there's so many things wrong with that card design. No comment if my D deck has cards missing because they went in my trash can 3 months ago. No telling.
So I'm expecting Gordon to open with grow, so I don't think Zach gets a grow here. He might not care really.
Well, Zach can grow with room.
Hasn't he already done that?
No, he's at 3 people.
Oh, sorry. Okay, he can't grow to 5. Yeah, he can grow to 4.
Yeah.
So Zach has no... Yeah, and well... So he gets 3. He has a fence coming in for another 3, so that's 6. He can take 4. He probably opens... So... or 2 boar. I think he gets so pretty guaranteed though, and so is worth a decent bit more, I think. I mean, so is also only 3 points, so maybe he takes the boar first and tries to wheel the cell.
It might be more than 3 points because of food.
Yeah.
And the boar is not really fitting onto anyone else's farm.
I'm just not convinced that Zach with 3 moves can catch up to Sean.
That's fair.
Sean's 8 with 10 already.
That's fair.
And Gordon might have a chance. Like, he gets to open grow here, guaranteed. That's 39. He gets to maybe get sheep. I don't remember if he has any Oxford points. I don't think so.
Yeah.
But he can reno potteries, which is still available, I think.
Pottery is available right now, and that, yeah.
Yeah, pottery plus like a clay grab is quite a lot of points. So I think Gordon's in this.
No, Gordon's definitely in it.
And so is Nicholas probably. He's at 33, but like he has a reno and fence for a lot of points incoming. So, well, I guess fence is not quite as many. He does have joinery already.
Yeah, fence is 3 less than it would normally be, and he already has 1 pasture, so that negative is covered.
But cultivation for 5 points into, well, 4 actually, technically, is only 1 grain. 4-point cultivation into reno fence is still lots and lots of points.
Yeah. And it is likely to be reno fence because of the pottery being available for Gordon.
Agreed.
Yeah. Don't forget kettle points. Kettle is maybe 2, but probably 1 point because you're...
Kettle is Lord of the Manor.
Yeah, Lord of the Manor is conflating. Well, kettle never really gives you extra grain points more than, like, makes every additional 2 another point. So... And it has a 1 grain penalty to start it up. So having 12 grain, I think, is only 1 net point. Sean only has 10 grain here. There's 3 points on Party Organizer that might disappear. Thank you, Rubenstock. And, oh yeah, great name change request from David C. Change you to David C. 83. Absolutely. I would if I could.
Yeah, that's a good point from Rubenstock. I forgot the Party Organizer gives you the points front-loaded.
Yeah, so sometimes people hide points, but Nicholas is actually showing too many points here.
Yeah. Because, I mean, there's no way Gordon doesn't take row here. I think it's by far his best move.
Yeah. Quickly jump over to this other game.
It actually costs him that many points, though. If you look, he has 0 out of 10 food, and that basically just feeds him with Party Organizer, so...
Fair. Alright, round 14. Yeah. They've caught up. Laser Trip does make it to stone.
Wow. Like, I guess Sam really wanted Plow, so I didn't think he would want it that badly, and that Reno looked pretty decent for him.
This is huge for Laser Trip.
A huge renovation. Like, without this, I think Laser Trip is 100% lost. He will probably lose his Plow here, though, which is...
I mean, totally worth it with Mason and Grow coming in.
Absolutely, yeah.
The food isn't terrible because of the hearth.
Yeah. I mean, Mason's worth 4 points, and then Grow's worth 3, so he's at 43.
Mason's worth 3, right?
Isn't the stone room worth 4? It covers the space and is worth 3.
Stone? Oh, half timbered, of course.
Yeah.
What's the minor? Roman pot on Grow for an extra point? Or overhaul? No wood for overhaul.
Yeah. Well, he can take wood, I guess, but that's an extra action.
It's a 2 point. It's a 1 point action because it replaces Roman pot with a 2 point overhaul.
Yeah. And Civ. So's here probably.
Sowing is good food.
Yeah.
Has a read action desired. Champion breeder for... He needs a cow too. A cow is worth 2 points.
He'll probably take a cow and try to wheel the sow because sow is not worth more than 1 point for anyone else.
Right.
Laser Trip definitely making sure he gets his Mason in.
Yeah, pressure.
I think he got mildly lucky to be able to get all of these. He was definitely relying on other people's benevolence.
Oh, it's so rough for Mark that he didn't pick up a cow in 11.
Yeah, 100%. He really should have tried to find time for doing that. Like, This full farmer is unfortunately just quite a sad full farmer. Also, it's kind of he never got Briar Hedge down.
Yeah, exactly. That's the big issue with.
Yeah.
It is still going to be 3 full farmer points, but that's 4 fencing points down the hatch.
Yeah. At least 4 fencing points, I think. Yeah, it could be 5 actually if he covers. Well, no, it's only 4. You're right. Probably 5.
Yeah, and there you could still play Briar Hedge here and fence with 1 wood to fill those 2 more spaces, but it's still not as good a sequence.
And then at that point, it's only 3 points for 2 moves, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit sad. I think the tempo, like, I think he missequenced some of his moves there because I think he had time to take the crown.
Yeah. Nice round 14 for Sam, getting both round 12 and 13 spaces, getting breeding pigs here. I mean, I think the start player is justified.
Like, Civ took Plow over Grow, which I think is dubious, right? Like, because Sam is the closest to him. I mean, Laser Trip, I don't think he knew about Laser Trip's points. From his perspective, Sam should have been the closest. And unless he was already at 5, that's a pretty big swing of points.
Yeah.
Sam can't plow. I guess he's worried Laser Trip gets the plow, and yeah, maybe that's a concern.
Probably.
He knows about Half-Tender, I think, so.
Yeah, Sam is fed with veggies here. So what is that last move? We could see... No, we are not going to see a reed block. I assume Sivier's next move is for a reed.
Yeah, that's what I would guess as well. There's not much left on the board for him beyond that. Sam has a 2-point sheep action, yeah.
Yep.
But Civ has a 3-point breed action, unless he needs any food.
He can eat 1 raw grain and a stone.
That's only 2 food, though, so he does probably need to eat a reed also.
It's a 2-point reed action either way, if he eats it or not.
It's a 2-point reed action, I agree. So it looks like Civ is just going to pip Sam a little bit, because he does breed a point, Sam also breeds a point, but Civ has an extra action. Actually, that's pretty close.
Wait, is this the game with profit? No, Sam doesn't have it.
No, this is the game we checked already.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah. I think Civ is winning by 1 point right now, because it's with not taking the his last move at all.
Champion breeder.
It's hard to track round 14 Ox that easily because, generally speaking, a lot of good round 14 Ox are first to second picks because they usually come with like good amount of points. So.
We have an overhaul here for Mark.
Okay. I really wish Briar Hedge should still come down, but yeah, this is reasonable.
Extra full farmer point. Okay.
This is a 2-point move basically he took there.
Yeah. Is that? Yeah. Okay.
Mark is unfortunately still just going to be last, I think.
It does look that way right now.
He's hiding full farmer points though, right? Like he is
hiding. Yeah, I guess hiding 3 full farmer points and a paintbrush point possibly. Has a clay action to go.
Probably needs food, but potentially breeding too. Could take a 4 clay action, but then that is only 1-point move if you're paintbrushing. But it's 1 point and 2 food, so. Yeah, maybe he's not going last actually, but he is hiding a lot of points here.
Laser Trip has the grow remaining. Oh, and in the tension of this game, we missed the other ending.
Oh, wow, okay, so Gordon just hit 50 and is narrowly going to beat Sean, it looks like? Or has Sean not played Lord of the Manor yet? No, he has.
Sean does grow. Breeds a pig point, but has to do some feeding. Kettle might net a point here. Probably does, actually. You ship 4 grain for a point and 6 food.
But Gordon is also breeding a point, so could be tied.
Oh, and Zach actually telling us that Nicholas is winning.
Oh, we haven't seen it. Oh yeah, of course. We haven't seen the offense yet. It's just happening now.
Though the joinery is losing some points.
Is he actually winning? No, Joinery is actually not losing points here, I think. Or is maybe only losing 1 point because he has 17 wood.
Ah. This is 50.
I think he's third. with 50, right? If you-
Wow, this ended up being quite close.
Yeah, I think it's 51, 51, 50, and it's Zach last. Sad for Nicholas to get third by 1 point with 50. I think he played a pretty good game here.
Yeah, the double A growth really got him.
Well, where's camera?
I don't remember if I had camera on last week. It just felt correct to have it off.
You did not have it last week. I mean, I don't really have a good webcam or anything. It would be really shit quality.
These games finished at very similar times. Last week we had a nice little buffer between the end of one game.
I really liked what happened last week because you got to focus on the end game for one and then go to the other.
Yeah, this is actually a bit unfortunate.
I guess we can come back to this when they've actually done their thing, but I think it's 51, 51, 50. We should probably look at the other game while people are still making moves.
Well, they're in the last harvest now.
Oh, are they in the last harvest?
I missed everything. I'm sorry, fam.
Unfortunately, not much we can do about that. Yeah, CW has a tiebreaker. That's true. In that one. It'll be exciting if CW wins.
He definitely could use it.
For the sake of the tournament, the most interesting thing would have been Nicholas coming second. And he was close. Like, he could have won. I'm sure it was one move here or there, really. This close a game. I'm guessing.
Civ is breeding 1 to 48. Sam is breeding 1 to 47.
No, Civ is already bred. I think that's why he's at 47 now.
No.
Or no, you're right. He has not bred yet. Oh, he's stone sculpted. That's why his points went up during the harvest. I was like wondering how he managed to gain a point while feeding.
Yeah.
All right, looks like Civ has this by 1 then.
Yep.
Second.
And then
this one's very close game.
Econ Sean showing up as the winner here, but of course with the tiebreaker rules of this tournament, it's actually CW who wins, having come out of the 4th seat.
Yep. Gordon wins, Sean is second, Nicholas is third.
Yeah, very close up top there. Zizak the rare laggard.
Kind of crushing that. It definitely feels a little bit bad when you play a really good game, are 1 point off and get thirds.
Yeah, Sivir actually made it to 49, missed a point somewhere. Sam with a solid second, and Laser Trip does still end up in 4th, with the late Stonehouse stuff coming in. Hello all players, welcome. Very entertaining round. Y'all did great in ending the games at extremely similar times, and I think I mega failed catching both of the games here. So, give me a sec to put in these results. Let's plan to start round 4 in 10 minutes, I think. That'll give us time to recap these last couple games, give me time to fill in stuff, and Sid, if you're up for interviewing a couple people, maybe we have time for that.
Yeah, I'll just refill some water and I'll be back in like 20 seconds.
Yeah. Alright. So, let's fill this stuff in. Over here, it was Sivir, Mark, Sam, Laser Trip in turn order. Scores are 49... 45, 47, 44. Leftover building resources are 4, 3, 11, and 2. And timers are 16, 46, 33, 15. 2103 and 3741. Timer is like the 4th tiebreak in the overall standings, so still worth putting in. In the other game, scores are Zizak 43, CW 51, Econ Sean 51, and Nicholas 50. turn order went Zach. CW was 4th. Sean was 2nd. Nicholas 3rd. Building resources left over are 4, 3, 4, 0. Timers 16, 15. Zach had to go and win that this round, barely beating Sivir. And 30, 16. All right, which makes the standings.
This should be pretty exciting. I think it's evened up quite a bit here.
It has. Wow. There are 5 players within 2 tournament points of each other. Going into the last preliminary round, they're fighting for 2 spots. Zizak and Sivir, I don't know if they're for sure qualified to the final, but they're pretty darn close.
They are. Because the only way for, so Sean and Marky, they would have to come 4th. And even then, I don't think it's possible. Yeah, because 4 people cannot get more than 6 points than them. So, yes, they're guaranteed here.
Okay. Well, one of them is guaranteed. Because we could get 10-10 for CW and Sam. No, we can't. They're in the same game.
Even then, it wouldn't be possible, because even if Sean and Mark get 6, Zach and Siv still get 1. That's enough. They go to 22. So the only people who can overtake them are, if they come first, the people who get 10.
Oh, right. They are guaranteed a point. Yeah, okay. All right, so Zach and Sivir have guaranteed their spots in the final next week. That does mean we have 5 people fighting for 2 spots, and I think Nicholas, unfortunately, is eliminated.
It was a bit rough, considering that he was so close this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, true ties. I guess true ties could happen.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, that's true. If everyone... If 4 people out of, like, from Sean to Sam, 5 for first, as a true tie, and Siv and Zizak get last, they both get eliminated, I think. Unlikely.
I'm not even sure that's possible with the matchups here.
With the game arrangements, that's true.
At
least they're in different games. No, it is possible because they're in different games. All that had to happen is that they're in different games.
Okay.
For both of them, because one of them can still be eliminated.
Very exciting things to hope for. Sam, you heard the judgment when I said 11? Fair. There was some judgment there. You multiplied your overall building resource left over by 2.
Sam is pretty solidly leading in the building resources per game left over.
Yes. Alright, if anyone wants to hop in on a quick interview, you're welcome to. Otherwise, we have 5 minutes of a bit of a break here before going into the final round.
Yeah, I think when we actually watch the final, it'll be a lot easier to have meaningful questions to ask in interviews. Because without following the game from start to finish, it's so hard to realize what, like, people could have just not been able to do things due to sequencing because it wasn't their fault, or because other people, like, took actions that they wanted to take or something, which
right.
Just can't.
Yeah, like, the pace of these games is great. I don't mind spending an hour less casting today compared to last week. That's totally great. It just does mean that we can't focus as hard on certain situations.
Is there going to be a 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th game also? Like,
I wasn't planning on it. If all of them want to play a game at the same time, they're welcome to, and we can give them a tiny bit of attention, but yeah.
Probably we'll just focus on the final. But yeah, I mean, I guess the statement "they can play" is true regardless. They can just play.
Yeah.
Don't have to make the tournament.
Also, you know, for Econ Sean's sake, I hope he makes the final, but if he doesn't, we also might get him as a caster friend next week.
Yeah.
So.
Nice long weekend. I'm off Thursday and Friday.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. They gave us Friday off despite it not being technically off.
The players in chat are going on about their pickle fights. Good. Good. Love a good pickle fight. A lot of people don't like pickle fights, but I enjoy them.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are traumatized by them.
Yeah.
They go to 14 and someone else goes to 16. It's like, why did you go to 16 and cost like 3 actions?
Gotta win that pickler.
I like it a lot. The 6-foot grab, like, I think you got mildly lucky because I think Nicholas could have jumped you. We did flip-flop between the games, so I don't know if something else happened in between. Oh no, you didn't fence. Right, you grabbed it but didn't fence, so you couldn't get jumped. Yeah, okay, I like it quite a bit. I mean, I think you needed to do something to catch up to Sean, because you were quite a bit behind there, and if you seed all the wood, I don't think you can. So, I think it was very good.
I mean, results don't lie. Sean is here with us. Sean, how are you doing?
Hey, what's up? Is my voice okay?
It's a little soft, but that might be on me.
A little bit of what?
Yeah, I just turned you up on my side, so.
Oh, yeah, it's tough. I just want to pop in and say, if I don't make the finals, I'm never playing Agricola again. No, I think, like, I think I have a good shot. I gave myself a good shot. I was surprised that I got second that game. I don't know, the mid-game went really badly for me, and I lost my family grow coin flip in round...
Yes, 12.
12, which was annoying, but other than that, the game went great. Childless stays winning.
It does. Now, can I ask you a question in your, like, round 7 self?
Yeah.
From the perspective of round 7 self. Did you think Diligent Farmer was happening, and if so, what building material did you think your Diligent room was going to be?
I thought about trying to make it happen. I wanted to make it happen, like, in rounds, like, 8 or 9 or whatever, and then Zach started, like, beelining it for the plows, and I was like, well, it'd be really nice to get this 5th plow, but I wasn't putting, like, any time where I would have put priority on it, Zach took it, and then that made me have to pivot. The mid-game really did not go my way, I don't think, because Zach was putting a lot of pressure on that, and there, like, wasn't quite enough wood for me to grab and fence in good time. I wanted it to be in, like, stone, and then eventually I like, in the draft I realized, okay, well, taking Diligent Farmer and having a way to grow on family growth of that room is kind of a non-bow.
Yeah.
Right, it's not like, and I was like, well, I'm not going to try and rush it because my food is also my grain, which makes it really, really hard to just get, everything to line up. And that definitely proved to be the case. Like, I set myself up really well with miners to park start forever. That really worked out well. But I was hoping the Diligent Farmer would be in stone, but I was like, well, if it's in clay, it's a 2-point move. I don't really...
What did you think was most likely?
Was most likely?
Like, if you had to...
stone, I was like, yeah, just beeline it for stone, Reno, bang, boom. But...
So, that was actually our channel credit prediction, Gamba.
Oh.
And Clay was won at a ratio of 83 to 1.
Yo, shouts to David. Let's go. Huge.
So looking forward to seeing your cast of that game. It must have been very exciting early on, and the swings of the mid-game should be fun to watch as well.
Early was great. I knew I passed read injection, so I was like, if someone takes this one read, they're griefing me. So I was very sure in the second position that one read was not going to get taken, and so I was like, hey, I just go 3 wood start and then take 2 reads, and then everything is good.
Yeah, and that wild greens is definitely helping.
Yeah, I wanted to wheel that. That was the one card I got that I was like, yeah, in my opening pack, this is a great wheel. It gives me a little bit of food injection. I want to be sowing early on anyways. Like, it was just about, and I knew that like, the second I got the childless up, it was just how many fields can I plow before I sowed. And it kind of worked out. Like, I was like, okay, family growth flips, immediately, I can sow 2. If it doesn't flip immediately, I can just park starting and get a bigger sow in, and that worked out. It was just good. I had a nice flexible plan for round 7. Shame that I lost the flip in round 12, but that's how it goes.
Yeah, you do win this game with flips in 12. Interestingly, I think you would have been reasonably happy growing an 8 instead of 7, because getting the extra veggie so you could sow 2 and get Diligent faster could have made a pretty big difference too. So if Zach had been the person to build the room, you might have just let him park instead of you parking.
Yeah, the action was like not doing much for me. I think the problem is that like the biggest problem with the game is that I couldn't figure out a way to get pottery off the board. I think that was like the thing that ended up losing me the game is that because I just could not. I was like, yeah, I want to line up pottery here, and I knew that that's what I wanted to do with the scrap collector because that kind of made sense. Then everyone had pottery parts, so I was like, okay, I don't really need to do this. And then C.W. Gordon was just able to get it for like way too convenient of a spot, and that really sucked. And then I had to take this like slightly greedy line at the end of going wood into stables into Hawk to be able to barely get enough points to beat out second place person.
Yeah, that really was your only line, I think. You needed to... Did you get 6-4? I think we...
I did, yeah. I didn't count the points, but I was like, well, this is the... I think this matters, and I don't think that Zach is petty enough to block me on this when he has 2-point moves. So... it worked out.
It was your best sequence. If you got 6-4 into stables, like, you just kind of had to go for it. Lower the amount of
Yeah, no, it mattered. It definitely mattered. So I was happy to almost. I had an on paper win, so we'll take that. We'll take the on paper win.
BGA thinks you won, and that's what matters.
Yeah, PGA, yeah. It improves my head-to-head statistics against C.W. Gordon. That's what matters.
Yes. Thanks so much for joining us, Sean. I think we should probably get round 4 started in the next couple minutes. Of course, if you need a couple minutes after joining us, feel free.
No, I'm good. Yep. Thanks again. I'll see you later.
All right. Good luck.
If Zach is still watching, I have a question for you. Did you consider not doing the oven stuff and just trying to go more aggressively for ruling and getting beer stall down in stage 1? It feels like that might have worked out better. You going last year is probably a big reason why you scored only 43, I think. I'm really not sure this oven stuff was good for you.
Yeah, I see the reasoning, of course. You're chasing Artisan harder, but...
But you have to play like you did. Yeah, you might not have tempo stables. So you could have had tempo to just build stables, but not room stables. Room stables is a little bit difficult with childless. You're never really going to beat them in round 3, and then you have to just have the round 4 build. But it's possible you just don't take a bottom feeding action stage 1. Round 4. Yeah. I think play oven is reasonable actually. Thinking about it, because if you're bottom feeding, you might as well build a play oven.
Private teacher causes you to play bad. It's a known fact.
Can happen. And there's a decent private teacher hand, so it can be an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if, like, Stone Oven, for example, I think is, like, quite a stretch here on us. I don't... We weren't fully watching, so I don't know if you just got the stone because there's nothing else on the board, but... With beer stall, I don't really want to be spending a lot of tempo building ovens.
All right, the Civ, Sam, CW, and Nicholas game is about to start, and this one's soon after. Civ saying the weirdest part of the game is, why did I get past the 4th pick Carpenter's Hammer? Lovely. Love those feelings.
Votes are up soon, so people should rally for getting these cards actually banned.
Yeah. There is good news on the forum side. I mean, it's been quite an active thread the last week, so definitely have good hopes to get a new ban list, and it looks like there's a lot of good agreement that it should be pretty similar to the one I'm using here.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, like, if the borderline cards aren't banned but the egregious ones are, that's a big enough win, really. Like, there's a big difference between something like Informant and Ravager. Informant is strong, but not, like, incredibly annoying to play against.
Right. Okay, so, again, looking at the standings, there's just such a big group of players here, 5 people hoping for 2 spots.
And basically, whoever finishes ahead of the other person will go ahead, because it's all very close.
Yeah. So Sean, Mark, and Laser Trip are in the same game with Zazak. So places 2 through 5 are in the same game. and CW, Sam, Nicholas, and Civ are in the other game. So it really is two of, I don't know. It's possible that both slots 3 and 4 get taken by Mark, Sean, and Laser Trip, right?
It's possible, but
Maybe it's not possible.
so
Sam would have to be 3rd and CW 4th in the other game for it to be possible.
Yeah, exactly. And that could happen. It's not impossible.
Yeah, but not super like. Laser Trip also can't be last.
So, not only that, Zach would have to be last in the other one.
Right.
That's,
Okay, so
Zach will last and the other game to be ready decided.
So that means it's more likely that Econ Sean, Mark, and Laser Trip are fighting for one spot, and Sam and CW are fighting for the other.
Correct. I think that's more likely to be the case. So Sam and CW are slightly favored, I guess, if you're just looking at raw probability.
Yeah. So that also means that in these games we're gonna get some weird dynamics in terms of like tournament outcome, which these players should be maximizing rather than game outcome. Sam and Sari are going to be fighting each other pretty hard. I guess seeding order can matter a good bit here between them. And Sean, Mark, and Laser Trip, we'll see how that all goes. They might let Zach do whatever he wants.
I think we're wrong, by the way. It's like Sam and Gordon can finish 2nd and 3rd. If 1st and 2nd both go to someone between the other 3, they'll go through. So it's not quite that clear.
Okay.
I think given that is true, probably Sam and Gordon just have to play their best and try to come first. They're not able to see quite as easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for the correction.
It might be a full tournament tiebreak, which will be interesting, or in terms of points at least. So this tiebreaker might actually come into play.
Well, I am glad I wrote out a very thorough list of tiebreakers.
Yeah, it's good to always have that. It's never fun to have like tiebreaker drama.
Yeah. So this score is just for fun. The total accumulated score across the games does not matter at all. It is turn order value. You get 3 turn order points for being 4th seat, 1 for being 2nd seat, and 2 for the other seats. Leftover building resources is the tiebreaker after that. Timer is the tiebreaker after that. Really shouldn't need to have the tiebreaker after timer. But if so, I don't even remember what I wrote. But it's there.
When I used to run a Great Zimbabwe tournament, I set up like 4 tiebreakers, and we managed to have a tie for the last 2 spots, breaking into like the playoff stage on all 4 tiebreakers. That was a bit of a headache to resolve.
Oh no.
I think what ended up happening is someone had entered data wrong, and so that resolved the issue for me.
Okay.
I don't know how I would have resolved it otherwise. They might have had to play a heads-up game or something like that. So.
Yeah, let's see. What did I put in the rules here? Highest sum of extra bans in opening packs.
I don't even know if that's like necessarily the person who gets hurt the most, but yeah, it's fine.
Then Twitch chat vote. So all you people here, don't go away if we need you. And if you vote for ties, that's when the can't stop comes in.
I suspect we will not get that far. But
I hope we don't get that far.
it's very difficult to tie in lowest sum of kicking time if you're going to seconds.
Yes.
So.
Though, I may make an exception if the seconds are within like 4 of each other for rounding reasons.
Yeah, that's fair.
Though I guess I didn't write that in, so that wouldn't be super fair either.
So the final you said is worth 12. Oh, that's for second, third.
Yeah, I mean, this 12 is basically 50. I might as well have said 50 here. Because I'm just having the winner of the final win the tournament, so.
Yeah.
Does the BGA show milliseconds? It might. Though I don't really know how to get there for sure. I mean, we can test it out right now. We're just waiting for these drafts to happen. How would we test that out? Let's go to the previous game. Woo Tilda! Hey Liam, thanks for the 8 months. Let's see. View page source. I'm just doing it on the side screen because I don't actually want to share my screen while I'm viewing a page source. It just feels weird. I'm gonna guess no, that I can't see milliseconds here. Oh yeah, okay, never mind. I'm done with this. It's not worth it. And let's look at the seating order, because that could matter here. CW is in front of Sam. Sam in the 4th seat, though.
Mm-hmm. And so, one thing to point out here is it's actually an advantage to sit after the person if you're fighting essentially a one-on-one, because you can just start in their face over and over. Like, we've seen tournaments in the past on Play Agricola where it's been down to 2 people qualifying through, and it's not really a game at that point. They're just going to, like, have SP fights, and the person after usually wins. So even though in general you want to sit before people for the draft, it's more impactful in game to sit after the person. So I think Sam has a mild advantage, but he's 4th instead of 3rd, so that could make a difference.
What about positions where, you know, there's only one action that you both want? Do you think that just happens a lot less than the start player situation?
Yeah, I don't think the like create a button on the same spot thing really happens, because like it's very rare to have that big a proliferation of a single type of card in the draft. It can happen, and like the day labor is probably the most common situation in Revised, right?
Right.
Where people pair a day labor button. I just think it's less common. In my experience, I've seen the start player thing happen every time, and like this situation comes up and the like create a button on the same spot and the person after doesn't get to use it. Happens much less often.
Yeah, makes sense.
1 second. I have to take the phone call.
Sure.
I'll be right back.
So I'll look at the seating order in the other game here. Zach, start player, Mark, Laser Trip, and Econ Sean. Now, with, of course, 3 of them fighting for either 1 or 2 spots, it's a lot messier. It is, I think, thankfully for the tournament's sake, just better if they all play for their own game here. Though, of course, when in doubt, they are probably going to hit each other a bit. I would not be too surprised to see that. So with that said, I guess I can take some time to fill in the initial turn orders here. It is Zach, Mark, Laser Trip, and Sean over here. And Nicholas, Siv, and Sam. In terms of... So that actually means we know the turn order tiebreak for the tournament. Mark has the lowest, and Sam has the highest tiebreaker in turn order. Sean and CW are tied, and Laser Trip is 2nd worst in initial turn order value. To resolve the tie between Sean and CW on initial turn order is not going to be necessary, because they're 2 tournament points away from each other, which means they would need a true tie. Like,
yeah, 1 tournament point away, right? So they can't actually...
Yeah, very unlikely to need that differential. So maybe we won't need Twitch chat vote as a tiebreak, much less the timer.
Alright. It looks like one of the drafts is... Oh, 7-7, yeah. Almost done.
And then soon afterwards, we get to dive into the hands. Which is always the best part.
Yeah, it's also the easiest thing to do while casting, because like you don't have to split your focus between 2 games and try to figure out what happened in turn, so...
Right, we just ignore all of stage 1 to do it.
Yeah, unfortunately. It is, stage 1 is often the most, like, pivotal portion of the game. Even though, like, a lot of it is semi-scripted in the sense that, like, you don't tend to have a lot of free moves. But the way the game works, like, any mistake you make in stage 1 is just so much more catastrophic.
Mm-hmm.
And if yourself up correctly is so much more important than, like, what you do in stage 5. I actually think stage 5 is potentially the second most important because, like, you can lose so many points if you don't time your stuff correctly. Right, let's hope we have some hands because the game started.
Yep. I almost want to type in chat, but I'm not going to. You know, if there's ever a time for a spectator to be justified typing in chat, it's the tournament organizer. But I just hate it so much when other people do it.
Yeah.
The first hand submitted is Civs, with the comment that it's bad.
Ooh.
I mean, you have cows.
I think the miners are solid. The ox are not great. I guess you have like plows and sows in other spots, so
I don't hate it. Like, it's not high power.
yeah.
It's not high power. You don't have resource help. You're wood negative. If you don't have a hearth, you're also food negative.
Yeah, the food is what I'm looking at. There's kind of animal dealer helps a little bit, and kelp maybe can help if the game itself is a bit food tight. But the food in the hand is not great. I guess stone carver can do a little bit early on as well.
Yeah, though that's really not the ideal food help.
Not with plow builder. You kind of do probably just want to build joinery here instead of playing Oxford, to be honest. Like, I think it's just better here to build joinery.
Yeah.
Like, Oxford does have animal dealer synergy, so maybe not, but if other people want the cow spot, it can just be difficult to get it. And if cows are late, Oxford can really hurt. So.
Yep.
I think I'm looking more at, like, build a joinery, use animal dealer for a little bit of food, but also just to get breeding animals. Probably a 3-room game with fencing early as well. Like, this doesn't.
Oh, this is definitely 3-room. There are not enough resources for more.
Yeah. I mean, unless you just get gifted big resources, there's always a way to pivot, like, based on how the game actually goes, but that would be my default. And then grading plan could be a lot of points here. I mean, it's much worse with Chief Forester when you're sort of guaranteed sow actions, but maybe you can sequence it so everything comes off, and you still max your crops.
And you do have an artichoke field to help you get to greening plan.
Plus, with grain not really being a thing in this hand, you could just take 1 point in grain, try to max veggies, and then go for greening plan.
Yep.
A lot easier to max greening plan if you're going for veggies and not grain.
Alright. Next hand is Nicholas's. This is seat 1. Nicholas did go Reedstone into job contract already, which is fairly strong.
And he has Wood Barter, which is probably one of the best dogs that are among the non-bad dogs. So.
Yep, and we have Beer Stall with either Thresher or Soil Scientist.
Seems great. Like, food looks easy, rooms look easy. Has Hide Farmer if he doesn't get all the plows he wants, which is conceivable.
Has Hedgekeeper and a Stockyard and Sleight of Hand. Sleight of Hand might be very good here.
Yeah, definitely. This looks like a very, very, very good hand.
Yes.
He has Travel too, so kind of really good pressure off Reno.
No, there's a lot of good stuff in this hand. A lot of good stuff.
It works together to play a good big house game. Obviously, if Growth is late, this could still struggle, but like if Growth is even in 6, this looks like a very, very good hand.
Yeah, I would definitely ignore Straw Hat here.
100%. I don't think it's what you want to be doing with this hand. So.
Alright, next hand to look at is CW, who has already played Small Scale Farmer. Oops.
It's nice for the drafts to give us some separation. That one's still 7-7.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, Racing Master Builder.
Okay, great big house cards here. Pen Builder could be okay, but...
Actually, a pretty big fan of Pen Builder in these type of games. You don't tend to have Fence Tempo, but this gives you really good Animal Tempo.
And Small Scale already played makes sense. The miners are iffy.
Stone Importer looks actually pretty decent in this hand. I don't know if you'll... I think with Bookcase you'll end up playing a lot of the marginal locks anyways.
Right.
So I think you could do some stuff. Casual Worker can be good. I don't know if it's a good fit for this hand necessarily, but it can be good. And Forest Plow helps. The rest of the miners are kind of not doing very much, but Credit can be good as well with this type of hand where you're Food looks like a problem in this hand, to be honest. Like, aside from bookcase, I
Right.
don't have a lot of food.
I mean, you kind of want a hearth here pretty badly also, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, bookcase makes it almost mandatory.
Yeah.
I'll probably try to sow a couple of veggies even potentially, so that you can get some regenerating food.
Yep. Last hand to look at is Sam's. And I think Sam passed Beer Stall to Nicholas?
Interesting. Yeah, he did.
What for? It's for clay supports.
Wow. That's going to be a big house fight between Sam and CW. This is where sitting ahead of the person can actually matter a lot. So, like, because when you're both going for big house, the SPs in round 13 often don't matter as much. Like round 12, 13.
Yeah, we have a very exciting Freemason idea, a third pick Freemason, but there's no Reno help, which does really neuter its bonus with clay supports.
You would probably go for a clay Freemason with this setup, right? Like,
You would, yes. I mean, not having an early Reno card is really unfortunate.
Yeah, that would be really cool if you had like any way to run out of clay immediately.
I would definitely not play Freemason in many lines here.
Yeah.
We also have a fourth pick Lutenist, but that's, I guess, a sign of the pack being bad. Yeah, after Lutenist was Bargain Hunter and Stone Carver and Casual Worker 7th? Huh.
Huh. Casual Worker might be the best of the dogs, actually.
Yeah, that's surprising.
I think this Matic is actually kind of incredible here.
This is a very good Matic. That's a great call. So, that said, Sam got to play Stable Planner in round 1, which is always great if you
this
can
is
do
a
that.
hand I probably wanted to go third, not fourth, pretty badly. Just that 3-word action would have been huge for round 1. Sam does get it here, though, so he will get SB here. And wait, so he gets SB in 3. Okay. Definitely got slowed down a little bit. Like, you would want to get 2 Matic activations here, ideally. Sets you up really nicely. Having said that, I like his hand. I think conceivably his hand is better than CW's. Partially just because play supports is so busted.
Yeah. We did see Straw Hat happen.
I think that's a mistake from Nicholas, but that's probably okay.
We also have no room parts right now besides Wood Barterer played.
I am really surprised Sam played Paper Knife there and not Medic. Why would you do that?
Yeah, and the gamble on Paper Knife does not pay off.
What are you even gambling for? I don't...
It would be the Freemason.
That's pretty dubious.
I mean, I assume it was Chimney Sweep, Freemason, Lutenist? You don't have the crops for Veggie Lover? Fish Farmer is a meme?
And Breeder Buyer doesn't work.
Yeah.
Why would you not Matic here? It's so good with play supports. I'm so confused.
Yeah, I guess that's a question for later. The other game has now started. And we have
definitely a good question to ask Sam.
we have some spice.
Ooh, Field Watchman and Furnish. Equipper? Furniture?
Excavator.
Excavator.
This is the Excavator hand. We have a third pick Bell Founder and a Stew and an Animal Catcher. Zach with some Day Laborer action yet again.
This looks fun. Yeah, this looks quite fun actually. And there's a Dung Collector too? Like
Dung Collector with the Animal Catcher is wild.
And Water Gully, so you get the cows going pretty easily.
You don't
need them with Animal
You
Catcher.
get everything at the same time. We have a lumber mill for this Excavator Stone.
Yeah, this is sweet. This is gonna be a really fun hand to watch. Pottery art is really fun too in general. Like,
Yeah. I mean, not sure it's necessary here.
no, it's just food. You don't take.
Oh, this is the other one. This is if you have the pottery, you get bonus points back for 2 orthogonal unused.
Oh, okay. I was thinking about the card that gives you.
Yes, you were thinking about Potter's Yard instead of Pottery Yard. How dare you?
Yeah, no, this is not as exciting at all. I think the other one would be incredible food with Dung Collector giving you the plows for free. We have Field Watchman. Oh, I guess. Do you have anyone else's hand or?
We have Sean's hand. Mark and Laser Trip, not yet.
Mark has played Field Watchman Pioneer. That's a strong set of box to start off with.
Yes, those are
They're not
great.
very synergistic. It's like hard to choose Pioneer actions if you're also Field Watchman.
Oh, this is Sean's hand. This is so sad. Junior Artist.
Yeah, this won't work. That is very sad here.
Wait.
There's apiary.
Yeah, first pick Excavator Stew. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess good that he didn't pass it, but wow. I
Yeah,
guess
like,
pass
this is
Animal
like
Catcher
a-
instead. This is just...
This is a pretty weak hand Sean who's going here. Like,
Yeah,
aside from-
the highlight is Nutrition Expert, in terms of, like, how to get something really cool happening. But you need a lot more grain than what you have here.
I also see no animals, so you can't really get that going particularly early.
There is a Pure Breeder and a Feed Pellets, so I guess the Feed Pellets isn't as helpful, but I think a Pure Breeder can do some things, but there's just not much support.
Yeah. I mean, I like Patch Caretaker. Like, it's
Yep.
a solid card. And Apiary is good. It's going to be a little bit hard with Junior Artist not being playable to get the Apiary online.
Agreed.
Um,
Like, Kindling is playable early, but yeah.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate for Sean that he ran into this day labor stuff that Zach is doing.
Laser Trip's hand here with comment sad face emoji.
Is everyone's just unhappy about that?
I mean, Zach surely isn't, but yeah, we have a wolf here.
Yeah, Sleeping Corner. Like, we have the way to, like, we have a way to play a decent 3-room game here, but...
I mean, Nutrition Expert belonged in this hand.
Hmm?
Nutrition Expert belonged here.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. There really is not much else going on here, actually. Like, it's just Wolf and Sleeping Corner.
Yeah, okay. Laser Grip did pass on Nutrition. It is a 4th pick Nutrition and a 3rd pick Stable Master. I guess it's... Yeah, you can't really pick Nutrition after Seed Cellar, Wolf, Chop House, Sleeping Corner. Seed Cellar, Chop House is neat, I guess.
Yeah, it is interesting. And I mean, Sleeping Corner at least gives you... It's just nice flexibility to play low-room games, which you kind of need to do with this hand. There's very little resources.
Yeah.
And in fact, the whole game doesn't seem to have a ton of resources except for Zach excavating.
Yep.
Which could add a bunch.
And the Stew and Bell Founder have happened. This is just so nasty.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, we're going to see a lot of Bell Founder points this game, I think. Because
Really?
Well, not early, but like you're just going to have like 1 billion food at some point, right? Like you're getting Stew and the Bell Founder.
Yeah,
Like,
fair.
Eventually, that's just going to be like too much food, and so you just convert it into points instead.
Yeah. Zach's 3rd pick is Bell Founder. 3rd minor pick is Trowel.
Yeah.
And then we don't have Mark's
Mark's
hand.
But it looks good, so he managed to get a Pioneer Sow off, which is very interesting. Like the Field Watchman, you often want to sow in round 4 with more fields, but I actually like this. Like, surprised he's taking Stone instead of Reed with Pioneer. I wonder if this is a signal that if he has Straw Thatch Roof.
Oh, it could be, but why do you have 1 grain field and it's sown here? I think it's more
For
likely...
Pioneer, right? He did this for Pioneer.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
He took... I can sort of see it being okay for Pioneer because you're sort of like it's not amazing if you're going to sow anyways. You're just taking a resource plus food action then. I'm just trying to think of why else you would not take Reed. Like Stone is much weaker than Reed early on, so.
I am definitely confused.
I guess we'll find out. Also noteworthy that Sleeping Corner and Field Watchman didn't like link up either.
Yep.
So.
Sean has first room option here, but it's not a great option with Laser Trip having room parts in front with food figured out.
It also just seems unnecessary because this way you would just force Laser Trip to build, and no one else is that close to building. Like I guess Mark is with a 2-read action, but oh, he plays the Junior Artist.
Going for it.
Yeah, there's gonna be a bit of a day labor fight.
Well, Junior Artist leaves Day Laborer.
True.
But
Yeah, it's more like Sean can't delay it to his second action here, for example, if Zach wants to take it.
right, and for instance, if Mark or Laser Trip decide to travel, that would make things weird.
Yeah.
Let's see. So Zach does open 2 read. I assume goes to day labor second action.
Yeah, I think this is correct. Like, it also prevents Mark from taking 2 read and building. I feel very strongly Mark has a read out here, because I just don't...
Or is it possible he's got, like, fences? No, not fences.
I would be very surprised. Okay, if he's saying Redstone food here, is he trying to build a well? Like, I'm really baffled by not at least trying to get room tempo here. You could have had first room here.
Yeah, the only reason for racing for the well is the water gully, but water gully is not super important when you have field watchman and it's only staged 1.
We know someone else has water gully.
Oh, is that really true? Yeah, I forgot.
Zach has water gully in his pack, yeah. Zach is just going to build a well here, I think, actually, second, potentially.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't need it because of animal catcher. It's not as important for him.
And Mark doesn't know about water gully.
Yeah, he does not.
Huh. Well, your prediction is true. Zach already putting a point on Bellfounder in round 3.
This might be a little bit early, but yeah, I mean, he has lots of food, right? You can see his 1 food coming in. He might deliver again if he doesn't build the well here. Water gully is not that important for him, so I can see him giving up the well, but it is also sealing. This is baffling. What is going on here?
I mean, I don't think the start is insane because Sean is pretty forced onto day labor traveling.
I guess that's fair, yeah. No, that's very fair.
But
like, why start anyways? Why not just build? Like, if you were like, or build second action, why waste an action on start player? We didn't see anything that helps him build rooms or any particularly strong miner, right? It's just sleeping corner and like chop house. Do you really need to play chop house? Not really.
no, nest site is maybe okay. Calcium fertilizers can't happen already.
It looks like a really bad start, but that must have been a misclick because like you're just hurting your own ability to like start later.
Yeah, is Zach actually going for room parts here instead of the day labor or the well?
Also smart. I think like you don't want to be stuck on 2 actions if you're doing this setup, right?
True.
And you can always Belfon food later instead of. I probably would still Belfon food here for tempo, but like you can just do it next stage, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, the stew tempo is also fantastic. Mark not building the well.
What is he going for? I mean, he's going for an oven, I guess. The stone is going to be an oven instead. Makes sense as Field Watchman. He doesn't have a ton of grain yet, but still confused. You just built salmon, right? Why do you need 3 stone? Just so strange.
Going for Artisan District, if it is something like Artisan District, I think that's also kind of insane with Excavator happening.
Yeah, that would just be wrong. You'd never be able to get away with that. Also, I think it would just be bait from your fairly good hand. Shouldn't like deviate that strongly from how strongly inclined.
Yeah, Sean gets to start with maintenance premium.
It is kind of interesting not knowing Mark's hand here and having to speculate about these things.
Yeah.
I'm sure he has something. I guess we should take a quick look at the other game too.
Oh, yes. Ox for Nicholas, not too surprising with job contract. Sleight of hand already played.
I wonder for what?
I'm not the biggest fan of that. Usually I like late game sleight of hand significantly.
Yeah, I do too. But if you get like first room, that can be pretty strong.
It was 3 clay for 2 reed, 1 stone, and with wood barterer, 2 reed is equivalent to 4 wood. So.
Well, even more, right?
No, 2 reed is equal to 4 wood.
Oh, okay.
Into forest, into a room in round 6. It was early grow. Wait. The first room in this game was built in round 6, but it's early grow.
What in God's name is going on? What is happening in this game? And especially when Gordon's just trying to build like multiple rooms at once or something. He must have had room parts already by like. I'm sad we weren't watching this game. What is happening in this game?
Oh my god, okay, well, game log time.
Also late reno, so that's stone...
Alright, we're going into the replay function. I clicked on the start of round 5. I tried to, and it's not working. Apparently you can't do that as a spectator.
Well, yeah, maybe while the game is going, I guess.
Huh. CW had to credit in stage 1.
Ooh, maple.
Forward.
Maybe I can do it on my end? So you don't have to do it on the screen?
Yeah.
Oh, I get to just watch the whole game happen here because it's
Okay.
the first move. So I can like see point out anything interesting that happens, I guess.
Yeah, please do.
I will at least give an update on what the hell was the state at the end of round 4.
Yeah.
Round 5. Oh, I think I know what happened. I think Gordon decided to leave it fallow, and then Nicholas stuck up with this sleight of hand.
Okay.
But that's not necessarily what happened. I'm still not quite there yet. That's just my prediction. I will inform on what actually happened. It's really weird seeing 3 people for purple because of the way job contract works.
Yes.
Spaces.
I mean,
Pretty,
CW... CW does have a hearth with this bookcase that just came down, so that is pretty important for the overall setup.
Yeah. Like, CW guaranteed had 5 wood by the end of round 4, by the way. Like, he has more than 2 read in round 3, and with all small gets armor going. So he just chose not to build. Which, he definitely got mega punished for it, I think.
Yeah, he's not growing second, it's Civ.
Yeah. Just a total disaster from that perspective. Yes, still... I just caught up to Sam's paper knife move, which...
Okay, yeah. It is very strange. I mean, CW did turn down Grow for a good result last game. And, I guess just trying to make a point for how lame Grow can be.
Yeah, I think he... didn't get 6 wood, though, in round 5.
Yeah, the compensation here doesn't feel as strong. It's like 2 rounds of small scale.
There was literally no food action on the board except 1 grain, except for when he played credit, so makes sense.
Sivier's playing Greening Plan in round 7 here on the Grow, with presumably no other miner to play.
Yeah, that's an expensive 3 food. Okay, so I think Gordon first actioned wood to get a double build. Nicholas first actioned the sleight of hand, so it was clear that he would be able to build. And then Civ stable blocked. That's what happened.
Oh, okay. We had a stable block. Civ wanting the game to not be an early Grow game with this disaster hand, I think is nice.
Also, he gets to take the 2 sheep with a fireplace then, potentially.
Okay.
I think he might have SP'd instead because he needed 2 in round 6.
Okay.
So the stable block is what happened and really, really just wrecked Gordon. Yeah, like, he does get to potentially, I guess he's triple building now. I'm quite if I can get look at this again.
It won't be a triple build, he doesn't have enough read.
He does not have enough read. Yeah, that's just kind of disastrous.
He also took fishing instead of get a veg, which I guess means he doesn't have the credit food for round 8. If he builds and grows.
The card that just prevents you from using stage 5/6 actions?
No, it's 5 food immediately, but you owe a food.
I know what card it is. I'm saying it should, like, it would have been much stronger for him if it was that other card.
Oh, if it was 4 and 8 instead, yes.
Yeah, 4 and 8. The tempo on card is being quite painful for him. He does get, I mean, this hits Sam in a way. I actually don't think it hurts Sam that much because of his ceiling from play supports potentially. Like, he just gets to be very efficient here to catch up.
Yeah.
Like Clay next round. However, Gordon does get 2 grows in a row as he can feed, which is not a safe assumption here actually.
It feels okay to me.
Yeah, I sort of agree that it's probably fine.
Nicholas has 1 beer stall stable, and now a beer tent operator.
I mean, 1 beer stall stable is all you really need for the early game. You don't need the second one.
Yeah, the operator is not a common one. For some reason not showing up on my screen.
Also, with Wood Barter, you can sort of just go back to the stable spot. It's not terrible.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Wood Barterer has this side effect of no one can ever start build on you if you're willing to spend an action. I guess if you've built all your stables, that's no longer the case. But
I don't know. Nicholas has the grain even with Thresher to support 2 of these things, but maybe. Yeah, maybe.
I think he probably does. Thresher can really be a lot.
It definitely can. I agree there. But if you think about the sequencing, if he's eating 2 per harvest right now, and he doesn't take more grain somehow, he will just keep resowing 2 grain and not increase from there.
But, I mean, he's always going to be able to buy more.
Yeah.
He can just beer stall more.
Yeah.
Sam is starting here with clay supports, presumably. Hopes to get a big clay action next, but might not.
He may not. I'm going to just take him to clay here. Is there a huge risk in someone else being able to build ahead of the next round? Sort of?
Yeah, Nicholas.
Well, no, because he could just take. Sam could just take a read on Nicholas. I mean, I guess he could take wood and then use wood barter, but it is difficult. I don't think you can afford SP and from Nicholas's side.
Okay.
Like if Sam takes a read on the clay here, for example, then I think Nicholas has to go start layer 3 wood 2 wood, is at 7 wood, and then converts 2 wood into 2 read.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's doable. And it looks like Sam's gamble pays off.
Yeah.
I guess if you read that Nicholas needs a read really badly, then this is pretty safe. We've always been to play that. Yeah, I mean, the paper knife move still doesn't really make sense. I guess he maybe was going for a lumber mill, or
I don't understand it still.
yeah, I still don't. Yeah. A Madden there seemed like it would have been pretty good value still. Like,
Yep. Let's jump to the other game so I don't miss out on too many things this time. We have a mantelpiece for Mark. That's a round 6 mantelpiece play.
and he did go for Stone Oven, but he is no, Starfish Hut is not. We never added the France deck, so it can't be here.
Correct.
So what is his roof plan? Is he just going for very slow?
I mean, it still could be straw thatched roof.
Yeah.
Yeah, we indeed didn't get a hand from Mark, but, you know, it's honestly fine. It's...
Yeah, it's kind of fun to speculate here. I don't mind.
So Zach has loaded up on stews, which is not surprising.
And he gets a double build here.
Looks like it.
Yeah, pretty important.
This is 2 mid-growth games.
No, well, yes, actually, you're right.
Functionally, sorry, yeah. Laser Trip, expensive Ocking here. For Stable Master.
He's gonna play it off that gives him brain or something. And,
Well, you can just Chop House. He has played Chop House. But
Then why go to
Field Watchman.
Oh, okay, he just... Yeah. That makes sense. Green is blocked though, so he will have to...
Later do it.
Somewhat aggressively when there's a Field Watchman ahead of him.
Well, if we are speculating Straw Thatched Roof, then Mark is done for now.
You would expect a sow into SP for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that'll be strong. You get double build in play, you have Infinity Ward, and your farming is sort of taken care of. Still quite good.
Yeah. Sean breaks out some feed pellets. There's this wood pile right there.
He might go to Laser Trip here because I don't think Mark can take it, assuming he has Professor. So.
And Laser Trip could have a start.
Yeah, or he just gets it. He's second. So.
Right, because Mark is just building.
He can't build yet.
Oh, no, you're right.
If he has Strategic Roof, he has to sow into SP.
Yeah, that's slow.
Slow, but if he has a few miners, he can force his way to growth because, and with the hand that he has, he can't afford to because he's already taken care of his plows to an extent. He has 7 wood, he's not spending wood on rooms. Like, the usual penalties of forcing or like having to do like 3 SPs into grow or something is not quite that bad in this situation.
Good point. Civ ends up with the well. And the other game.
Well, Civ definitely liked holding on to his like statement that he hates his hand because he's played one card.
And its greening plan with no fields yet.
Yeah. If you went, the set doesn't really have amazing walk cards. I wish we had more of those. I miss those.
Yeah. Wait, do I have things? I was just clicking in the wrong game. I mean, I might have played Kelp.
Yeah, potentially. It could have been okay, I think you're... I do agree with not playing any of his other cards yet.
Yeah. He needs more capacity before going into Animal Dealer.
Yeah, for sure. And actually a hard upgrade because Animal Dealer on...
Fireplace is underwhelming.
Yeah.
Sneaky food chest to feed.
Yeah, it's kind of cute.
Though, it's not grow. So growth is going to be fallow for... No, CW can take it.
Right?
It's a nice break for CW.
Well, he was guaranteed it. He built Guru previous round, so he had... Oh, I see what you mean. He just... CW had to take traveling players to feed, and then...
Yeah.
But then also, I guess he backed up Sam also needing to feed and didn't have it on top.
Yeah.
Which is what happened. So.
Oh, good read if so. And Pen Builder is going to store breeding sheep here.
Well, I think people really underrate this card. Like, it has really good tempo situations, even though it's very negative board.
Yep.
And it's definitely paying off here, I think.
Count me in the underrating team. I'm definitely involved.
I think I have a much bigger like of this card than anyone else, really. Like, I don't know if anyone else likes it as much as I do, but I just really value it in specifically this type of game, where you will never have animal tempo because you have to go for rooms. It just works nice. I mean, you are trading tempo for wood, right? That's something that you would do in other situations, so it's a
Right.
thing.
Alright, Pigswill acting up here is kind of fun with the Hedgekeeper Wood Barterer.
Yeah, very cute. 5 wood fencing and then also more. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. And Joinery for Civ.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, Civ is just not playing his hand.
Yeah, Pembo is really good with Collector too, I agree with you. That's a very good combo.
Absolutely.
Well, he will play Plow Builder at least, I think. Like,
Yes.
his team's value
That is now clear. But he
he
has no wood.
Mm-hmm.
That's not ideal.
Agreed. The wood situation in this game is also not... I mean, the one thing is the person ahead of him probably doesn't need to take a lot of wood. Like, Nicholas will probably build one room and then just gets 5 wood on fencing. So, like, why take wood manually? So he might be able to get by with that. Wow, Master Builder coming out here?
That is moonshine for you.
Oh, he played Moonshine. I see.
So we do now have the option. Mark has now sent in his hand.
Beautiful.
So do we want to keep speculating, or should we actually look at this? Straw Thatch Roof has been played.
Okay, I think we can stop speculating.
Okay.
There's not much to speculate about. We might as well look at his hand. This is really the only thing that was.
And the second seat. So this is what remains. That's a lot of baking.
Yeah, wow. Really, really, really synergistic hand. And Animal Husbandry Worker too? Nice. That's going to be quick. Probably only 2 wood this game, but still, 2 wood and fast action is a strong lock. Yeah, I mean, it's great. Like, Mark's food situation is awesome. His farm will be good. He'll have points with Beer Keg and Mantelpiece.
Yeah.
He might win this. Like, he's in good shape right now, I think.
I mean, he really wants to beat Laser Trip and Nikon Sean, and I think those chances are pretty good. Just the overall card quality is... There's a bit of a gap there.
Yeah. Also for him, Gordon getting kind of wrecked in the other game is a big deal for him too.
Yes.
Like, if Gordon had the first 2 growths, which he sort of could have in this game, or at least the first growth into, like, maybe the 4th growth, that could have been pretty big. That's it. I mean, Gordon has grown to 4 now, has good food. Sorry has clay supports this big ceiling game with early-ish growth, even though people didn't take it.
It looks like we also had a stable block. Is that possible? Oh no, it's just stable planner being
Yeah.
good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Nicholas should probably force his way into the growth queue here. There's really not much reason not to. It's like, feeding is a little bit awkward right now, but I think he can still solve that.
Yeah, there's just I don't think there's a rush to take the build action. I think you can just get it third here.
Oh yeah, I mean just taking star player at some point pretty aggressively. But fencing might be the highest priority action to get your second board and to get 5 wood.
Yeah.
This is where Sid might be able to get his wood back really. Like I don't like 4 wood is such an inefficient action for Nicholas, as crazy as that is to say, that I don't know if he wants to bother taking it.
Yeah, it does seem a little underwhelming here for Nicholas.
Yeah. Yeah, I cannot see anything more important than making sure he grows to 4 though. Like he just needs actions to be able to score like major points and get his ceiling going.
Yeah.
The ceiling that Gordon and Sam have is just too high.
So like fencing 4 here for Nicholas, and then room stable. Oh, we're getting the room first.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably wrong. Like you really want SP first. Because anyone else SPing just gives...
I think the plow was fine.
The Thresher, I think I Snap forward. I think Sim had definitely already backed the taking that.
Yep. Has 2 rounds to play plow builder.
Yeah. A 3-field plow builder is perfectly fantastic. I don't think we need to do much more than that.
Alright, switching back. Zach still has a commanding lead in food.
Yeah.
Econ Sean first defense. Plays that pure breeder.
Zach's wood situation is pretty bad. Like, I think Mark is pretty solidly ahead of Zach right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can take 1 more for Pioneer value too? No, he has to.
Has to grow. And
Is
could
Zach
start
just
playing... What'd you say?
Zach might have the SP for his growth too, which is kind of...
Yeah, if neither Laser Trip nor Econ Sean starts.
Yeah, he can just wait, basically, and do it with last action.
Yeah.
I don't know what Laser Trip is trying to play here. Is there something that works in the grain spot? Like, we did see something like that, right?
Doesn't feel like the right hand.
No, he has Wolf. He's a Wolf.
Is this a seed seller?
Yeah, it probably is just Seed Seller. Even if you never take grain, which he's going to with Chop House, it gives you the grain for Wolf as well.
Uh-huh.
Well, he's already taken the grain, though, I think. Yeah, he's
Oh,
already
no,
taken
yes. Last round.
the grain. Collier is kind of cute with Wolf as well, but probably not needed here.
Just not necessary.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious how Zach is ever going to hold the second cow. Like, that's coming in. It's coming in next day, so he has some time. So maybe he gets enough wood defense. I think he was given 3 wood. He just has to take it over.
Well, so the other thing is, like, how much wood is needed by the rest of the table right now? Not a huge amount. Laser Trip's got 14.
Yeah, you're right. It's not a lot. He could maybe delay it. It would lose a lot of animal tempo, though. Like,
It would. Oh, baby.
well, we're seeing this. I wonder how Sean is actually going to get this online. I'm surprised.
I mean, Apiary now able to be played.
Yeah, that's probably more important than anything else here.
I mean...
probably take a drop in SP Apiary.
Yeah, it's probably more like I might get 2 points out of this, and it lets me play
Yeah.
Apiary.
And the rest of his options are just, like, kind of nothing, so...
Yeah. You could go for Patch, but you're not playing Canal Boatman.
You don't really have the action to play Patch either, right? He's only 3 people.
And the wood is already... You don't want to take more. Yeah.
Yeah, and Apiary already sort of solves crop issues, and you don't need the feeding from Patch probably this game, so...
Yeah, that's the right Ock.
Yeah. I agree, I think it's the right lock. Also, it's possible, seeing this nutrition expert, does Zach can sort of assume Sean is going to take. Wait, oh, no, so Zach grew. What am I. Oh, so this could. I guess. So, in my mind, Sean was going to get to build when Zach was turned to 3. But I think I was wrong. I was wrong when I thought about that. Yeah, sorry. Zach just has grown to 4. It's very different. Yeah, sorry. When Zach build grew in the round that Mark SP, so this makes sense. Mark is building it as Zach goes to 4. So Zach doesn't need to SP.
Okay, yeah.
That was too bad.
Sean now presumably takes a crop. It would be a bit weird to not take a crop here.
I agree. Laser Trip gets a nice sow. It's not a sow grain veggie, which is preferred, but is more efficient when you have Wolf not just sow 2 grain.
We also have a very rare silage play. So this is a pay a grain to breed once in a non-harvest round.
I don't think that's going to get used early on at least, but maybe later, like in round 12 or something. Like, I don't think it's going to get used next round.
Yeah, you kind of need a cookery to justify.
Or, yeah, you're right. I don't
It's weird.
Something like Full Farmer maybe like incentivize it too. But do we have Zoo Director in this setup or
no Zoo? Zoo would be pretty strong.
Yeah. He does have Sleeping Corner, so he's now sown his 2 grain fields for that.
That's definitely a good reason to sow 2 grain here.
Yeah.
There's also a potter's market for maybe veg source later, but Chop House is okay enough.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the other reason he sowed 2 grain is he got 2 grain in 1 action, so simply.
Yes. And we do have single grain from Sean, which is
the correct crop, I think.
Yep. Stage 3.
Yep. It clears. If you sow grain later, it doesn't clear, so.
Bellfounder up to 5 points at the end of round 9. Zach still with 15 or 8 extra food after the stage 3 harvest, has 10 food seeded on the board. We'll probably get 4 more food seeded on the board at the end of this round.
Yep. Those Bellfounders are going to be quite a lot of points here. I think looking in terms of tournament standings, it's looking very hard for anyone to overtake Mark here from my perspective. Like, he has such a strong game going here. But losing to Field Watchman, Straw Thatched Roof with a bunch of grain baking support, no shame in that.
Oh, no, definitely not.
And it's not guaranteed here. They still have play. For Laser Trip, the growth has to flip in 12. If it doesn't, I don't think he has a shot. But if it does, he might be able to do something. For Sean, I'm not really sure where he gets points.
I mean, he has the best farm, maybe?
But he's behind and having already fenced, and I just
Yes.
to get points.
Yes. That is not a good place to be.
Yeah.
He needs, like, nutrition to be starting to run this round, but it's not even close.
Yeah, just too difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, he also will sow his veggies, right? There's no way if he takes a veggie, he's going to have nutrition in the way.
Heading back over to the other side here, CW now has 3 pen builder places and 3 breeding pairs.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
It, of course,
No.
makes him pretty wood negative, and he needs wood actions. This wood situation is not like the other game. We're at the end of round 11. Sivir has fence parts. Nicholas obviously does, but
Yeah.
this is...
I think Gordon's biggest issue here is that Sim decided to also go pretty wood light, and then he's just taking all the wood ahead of him. So, like, just like Civ is in a good position with Nicholas not needing wood at all, Gordon's kind of in a bad position where Civ just needs wood more than almost anything else right now.
Yeah. And with CW, probably not afraid to run Forest Plow, because that's just how CW is. We might see extra start players from Sam just to scoop up the big wood and put CW in fourth.
Yeah, that's true. Although Sam is in rough shape here too. This could genuinely be a situation where both of them go out. I think Sam is in a better position because he can just fill his farm with clay supports rooms. Maybe is better than trying to like very big. Like,
Yeah?
He clouds a bit, gets to like 10 fences, maybe 12 fences, and just plays support rooms. Fills that up. He does have chimney sweep to make the reno easier. It could be a lot of points. CW will get the 6 rooms, of course. Very likely.
Game catcher here.
This seems very weird. I don't understand this.
I mean, you're paying 1 food plus 3 food for 7 food, so it's 3 food plus a veggie.
But it doesn't seem high priority. Why would you, like, he needs plows, he needs...
Is he that hungry?
Yeah, doesn't...
He must be.
This might be necessary for breeding everything. Yeah. He still can't.
He can. He can eat veg boar and
Yeah, he can
spend
eat
a
his
wood.
veggie and board. No, that's true. Okay, maybe it was just necessary for that. It's a bit sad if so, or...
I mean, it's more than a bit sad, but
It's worth it.
I guess game catcher, the animals weren't necessary. What else is
His
it
plows are
doing?
not very pressured, so he will probably get his plows.
Well, he
He's
can.
having a great game here.
Yeah.
Stockyard.
I mean, the power of beer stall.
Beer stall and just absurd amounts of wood. Wood butter.
Like, so clearly the best draft at this table.
Yeah, 100%. Super synergistic. Job contract doing a lot of work, and then getting to steal first growth basically because someone else speared stable block for him.
Uh-huh.
Is beer stall bannable? I think it's absurdly strong, so... I mean,
Nobody has said so in the forums. But also, we haven't been able to get stats for the last year now, so...
Oh, when?
Just BGA admins haven't responded to my pokes.
Okay. You don't just have access to an API or something.
I do not. If I did, we would have stats 4 times a year.
I was wondering if they like changed their API or something like that, but it sounds, yeah. I agree, it makes feeding really easy. I played a few games with it on Agricola, and I don't think I've ever lost with it, but I mean, I've only played like 3 or 4 games with it. It's just absurd feeding. Like, you build stables and have some grain source, and that's it. You're done. Like, you don't need to do anything else.
Yeah.
It is a little bit awkward for Nicholas here in that he probably doesn't want to fence his stables. But maybe he can just go for 1 unfenced stable, and at this point that's probably enough for his feeding. He doesn't
Yeah.
need to.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Are the stats from the Agricola stuff not super reliable?
They mix a lot of things. I don't think, or I'm not sure there's an ELO filter on them. It's a bit of a smaller data set than I would have expected, so there might be a weird time filter on them. And we don't know how they were acquired, so...
What sub is like a subreddit or something?
Yeah, the lightly used Agricola subreddit, some person apparently pulled stats without, I don't think with BGA admin permission. I have no idea how they did it.
I think you can scrape the API, but like the text logs, it would be painful.
And it's super against the terms of service, so...
Not again, yeah, you can't do it like you're not supposed to do it.
Yeah, I'm not fully trusting those stats.
Does Nicholas have trowel? I can't remember.
I think so. Yes.
Yes. Oh.
That is actually the last miner for them.
Yeah, I mean, but it looks good. He has no clay. I mean, he might still just take clay and run away because, like, he might be more.
I don't know. The straight to stone is so tempting.
Ooh, this is kind of painful. Like SP and then flipping growth without. You should just take growth without here. Like, don't give other people.
Yeah, keeping trowel as a surprise is fine.
Also, like, it's the other actions on the board just aren't good enough to give Civ growth without here.
What about fences?
He has beer stall, so I think the pressure on that is not as large as. It's kind of awkward for him to fence here. Like,
I mean, it makes it incredibly awkward for everyone else.
True.
Fences would be fun.
It's not as big a deal for Civ, is what I'm thinking, largely because the other people are so behind on tempo that as Civ just grows here, it's unlikely that he doesn't get, like, star player back, or could just take the wood away, and then the other people can't fence first action. So, I think it puts pressure on Gordon and Sam, but they're already under massive pressure if Civ just fences.
The other thing fences does is if you fence up to 14, you leave one of the stables empty, you actually end up with a wood that you can grow trowel.
Yeah, that is what I'm thinking. Like, you would do if that is a reason to fence. But it's not an easy decision because I think Civ is definitely in competition here, and giving him growth without a 12 is not you shouldn't take it lightly at least. It's worth a think here. I think Nicholas using a little bit of his timer is not a bad thing here.
Yeah, and I mean, most likely not able to advance. We need all those ties to happen, and other specific things. I mean, if Nicholas is not going to end up with a timer penalty, but even if he did, it wouldn't matter.
I think this is correct.
Okay.
Because there's no pressure on travel, and you may not even want to play it.
I don't know, making everyone else wait defense until 13 or later. It's so interesting.
Well, what I'm thinking here is that I really don't know if Sam or Gordon will be in place to do it, in which case you can just fence next round.
Yeah.
And because all that would have happened is Civ gets grow here, and then he fences next round otherwise, I think.
Okay.
So you're basically denying Civ an action, and potentially 3 points.
Yes.
I think that's important. Obviously, if cultivation flips here, you don't even think about it. I think you just slam fences.
Yes.
Alright, we see Animal Husbandry Worker come down.
Econ Sean with a big pile of animals. We'll be able to nutrition in round 12, but probably wants to grab another veg here in order to really make that happen.
Yeah, I agree with you. That seems like... But I think he will get 2, probably.
Laser Trip might take a veg.
Yeah.
The late Animal Husbandry Worker reveal is unfortunate for Laser Trip and Sean. Though...
I think this was the last round you could play it in?
Yes. Wait. Yeah, it is the last round.
Yeah, he couldn't play it any later than this because it doesn't give you the option to just fence with 1 wood or with no wood discount.
Correct. Laser Trip does take the veg.
Okay, that's... I guess he takes grain here then, like Sean. He can already sow the grain though, so maybe not. Yeah, maybe not.
You really want a veg to be sown because nutrition is just dying otherwise.
If you're before harvest, right? You can't sow veg anymore.
Correct. I think you keep the field open for a veg
Really?
in 12.
I would have thought you just need to plow again.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe you're right. I mean,
We get single cow, and we might see feed pellets take a cow instead of wait for nutrition.
yeah, I can see that. He has capacity issues though, like so.
He can hold 3 breeding pairs,
He can hold 3 breeding pairs. That's correct.
and probably wants to eat some stuff. So
Zach getting fences in. Wow, Zach actually got his wood sorted pretty quickly. I guess we missed quite a bit of Zach just taking wood and no one else taking it. Because you were right, everyone had their wood sorted, so they weren't really interested.
yeah,
I forget if Zach has any plow help.
I was actually just thinking that myself. Dung collector.
Dung collector, but that's not going to do anything. I think.
No, Zach's fence is coming in way too late for dung here.
Yeah, there's no animals. I mean, he might get lucky and get 2 fields off of it. It would require. I mean, he has a cow, so I guess he takes a cow and then tries to get 2 sheep. It could still work. Yeah.
Yeah, Sean knew about dung collector, I think. So.
Deny the cow there.
Oh wait, Zach has animal catcher.
Oh, you're right. Surprised he took single cow then. No, that's the gully. That's the water gully. And he had to throw away his second cow. That's sad.
Yeah. I mean, cow grain for a stone still a very good trade in his position.
Absolutely.
Food-wise, Zach has 6 seeded, so has 15 for the last 2 harvests. Not quite enough, but it's very close.
How much
And
has been on Belt for points? I'm curious.
6.
6 points? Okay.
So, could be 10.
Yeah. I mean, Zach has lots of scoring here. I still think it's really just him and Mark in contention for first place.
Yep.
Maybe Sean can get there, and Laser Trip's game just looks kind of miserable here. Like, he needs growth really badly so he can sleep in corner, right?
There's no ceiling, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, his attack was not good. Like, it had very, very small amounts of synergy and a wolf and a sleeping partner. Like,
Yep.
just not proportional.
Mark has a bookmark set up for round 14. Chimney sweep.
No, he's already played. Oh, you're right. That's the other game I got penknifed out Jimmy's week.
Yeah. Or Miller in a weird situation.
I would guess Jimmy's week.
Yeah.
The keg hasn't come out either yet, or
What was that?
the keg has not come out yet, which is mildly surprising.
It is. Bread paddle happened with Potter Ceramics, and I guess that was just deemed to be a safer, stronger feeding plan than beer keg.
He doesn't quite have enough bread, I think.
Yeah.
Because he sold in stage 1, so. Well, he did, but he only sold one field in stage 1. So
Yeah.
2 after in stage 2.
Yes, Schmog, for a very deep callback, 10-point Bell Founder is the Chris Ho challenge. I thought it was only offered to me, but we can extend it, absolutely. Yeah, that's back to the release of CD cards. So that's 2 years old, roughly.
It would be very cool. I think it will happen, because I don't see Zach stopping taking Daily Burr.
Yeah.
And he does not need the food at all.
Correct. The 2 Animal Catcher procs still need to happen. Yeah.
I guess maybe with Animal Catcher he might need the food for it, but
Continues to be points.
he does have pottery, so maybe he'll just stop because he has pottery.
I mean, yeah, the last round, who knows?
Yeah. So we might only get 9, which would not quite fulfill the challenge. Which would be a little bit sad.
It would be.
That could be another break. But I don't know if it's worth doing, actually.
Back over here.
Well, Gordon got his 5th/6th room.
With the Renault last round, presumably.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying, this is exactly the type of game where you're sad sitting after the person doing exactly the same thing as you are. It's unusual, but when Grow with room is contested in round 13 or 14, and you're both contesting it, then that's a problem for you.
Yeah. 5 read on the board right now.
Yeah, has BMW been built? Not yet. So.
Now, I mean, you were suggesting 1 billion clay rooms to fill Sam's farm.
Yeah, I was.
And, you know, we're not that far off from it.
Yeah, we're not. And if I read...
Comes with a clay from Matic. Could get the thumbs up house here.
Yeah, that's, and also have leftover read for BMW, I think.
Yeah. Interesting Zach or Nicholas fencing 3.
That seems wrong. Yeah, I don't understand that. Trowel, he's not even playing Trowel anymore, I think.
No, doesn't look like it. I mean, Renault Trowel actually makes a lot of sense.
I mean, if I'm in his place, I'm just taking 5 read and doing Renault BMW. If he gets it.
Well, the thing with Trowel, it still saves you the clay to stone. And you don't need a read action that way.
It does, that's true. Yeah, okay. I mean,
Saving more wood for 1 more fence action lets you beer tent the rest of the game. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe he was thinking about wanting to fence 15. I think that's wrong, though. I think you should just fence 14 here, if that's the thing.
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing anything else other than Trowel requiring wood here, right? Or that he would want to play.
I don't think so.
Casual worker. What? Just veggie, I guess? Just veggie.
Yeah. Nicholas also has a stockyard that's played already, so... And, I mean, fencing does come with pig, but you don't have any cookery. I guess 1 more pig gets you 1 more 7th pig for...
I guess he's leaving himself a 2-point action by doing this in a way, so maybe it's okay.
Losing a point to...
For space, then.
I mean, even if you fence 14, you can still fence 1 more.
True, but you would then be down a point, right? So, because you would not have covered the extra space. You would have beer stall ability, which maybe is worth something.
Yeah, I feel like beer stall is still worth quite a bit, because how else is Nicholas finishing out food?
I'd also buy your Renault Trowel, because I think the last one should be sold here for him.
Yeah.
I think Titan leaving the stables. I think it's reasonable. The food is actually a problem for Nicholas, so you might just need those stables to stay unfenced.
One of them
Hey,
needs to be
I know,
unfenced.
We'll see what happens.
I mean, you don't need more than one on fence because you have 4 food now, beer tent gives you food, and 1 beer stall covers you.
Yeah.
It's,
Beer tent operator lessens the need to have 2 unfenced tables. You're not really turning 3 grain into food. Like, 1 harvest, really. You don't need 2.
yeah. And a sow action lets you buy a grain, so you do get to 12 grain, then you ship 4 away the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's perfect. I mean, soul looks very good here. But you should definitely sell here.
Yeah, especially because CW just can. Better not risk it.
Agreed.
Reno is blocked right now, but is totally free next round.
But this means he's not building rooms.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of fence pressure. I don't think he can afford to run out here. It looks dangerous.
Okay.
I mean, there's already a lot of fence pressure because if Nicholas decides he wants to fence, he can basically make it really painful for Gordon and Sam.
Right.
It still comes in.
Civ, you're really... Go ahead.
No, you should go ahead first. I'll say.
I was just saying Sivier's game has been depressing. Like, there's so little there.
Yeah. He's probably not in this, really, but I think he did get the grow here. He will last action grow, I think. Well, I guess it depends on what Sam does. If Sam doesn't build rooms here, then Civ doesn't get to just free roll last action comic goes without room.
Right.
But you are correct. I mean, he is getting 2 more plows in automatically. Like, yeah, it's not great.
Sam definitely decided not to do rooms, built a hearth.
Yeah. I think Sam is just has no chance here anymore.
Yeah, what's Sam opening, like 4 wood?
He has to just open wood and take it, and if he can get to low 40s, but like if it's already a 36, seems unlikely low 40s will win. Maybe he can qualify maybe second here, but is he actually even beating Gordon? I'm not sure. I don't.
Yeah, if Gordon fences, then...
Well, the pressure on Gordon is he can't run offense, but... There is a lot of pressure on run offense anyways, yeah. Like, run offense is a pretty good move for Nicholas. He gets extra points by doing it, so...
Yep.
Than...
Well,
He doesn't get the boar, right? The boar's only on the offense spot, I think.
correct. Doesn't get the boar.
Oh, he does get the wood, I think.
Does get... Well, he would have to trade a wood for a reed.
True.
But then gets two... Yeah, doesn't... then gets the hedge keeper built for free, but doesn't end up with any wood for beer tent. I think this is spend the wood on beer tent.
Oh, that's why he got the wood around. Okay, that's fair.
Because feeding is a bit sus if you don't throw everything away both harvests.
Yeah. So maybe he takes a fence action just to get points and the wood, rather than taking a run offense action.
Yeah.
Wood doesn't work on run offense, or does it?
Huh? Which one?
Wood barter, does it?
It does, but you would need the reed to reno.
Yeah, so he might take a read action instead of a wood action. He has some flexibility here, that's true.
Well, Sam is, I think, reno fencing. He can reno already.
But, like, he doesn't have any tempo in fencing, so...
Well, I'm thinking he might
here.
take 4 wood to open.
I was still expecting him to open cultivation, but you're right that he might open 4 wood. He might have to.
Yeah. Well, Esoteric, that's the funny thing about strong players. Sometimes they complain incorrectly, and sometimes they complain correctly.
I think one thing that's hard to understand maybe is that, like, when a player plays really well throughout, even a small amount of bad stuff happening can feel like a catastrophe. So the more you're used to playing exceptionally well and just scoring like in the low 50s to high 50s minimum, the worse it feels when you score like a high 40s game. You might still win, but like, you might under-expect your own score in the end game when that happens. I mean, Civ did have kind of a disaster in the first game in this tournament, where he managed to grow first and second and still had just no food and faltered and came last.
Yeah.
So.
Econ Sean did run nutrition in round 12. I think picked up a veggie here and then sowed it with apiary. is
Yeah.
pure breeding a cow and will get to run nutrition again at the start of round 14.
Yeah, I think he had to.
Yep.
because, I mean, he could just pick up a veg and do it again in 13, right? Like, if he wanted to.
Well, he apiaried it.
No, as in he could do it. He could just take another veg in 13, right? Or is nutrition at the start of a run?
Start of a run.
Start of a run.
Well, Sean, I think, is definitely ahead of Laser Trip by a good margin now. Mark has played Beer Keg, and is start going into round 13. Almost certainly Cultivation.
Mm-hmm.
And
Laser Trip did flip his grow, I guess, but I think there might be an incentive for Laser Trip to take grow here. Oh, okay. I wonder if you block Sean from growing here if you're a Laser Trip. Or you might just have to plow, though. So you might not have
I mean, what does
to-
Plow really get you if you're Laser Trip?
What does plow get you?
Yeah.
I mean, it's really just a way to score. The thing is, he has.
I mean,
growth
start
already,
for
so-
Cultivation is better first points,
That's true.
but then you're letting Sean go second.
Mhm.
Yeah, we are seeing some tough situations here for Laser Trip and Sivir.
Let's say it's already qualified, so.
Yeah.
He's having a really great game here. Like, this is just
Yeah, very fun.
I mean, he got a massive gift here, right? Like, that stable block by save is just a huge, huge gift.
Yeah. Sean bred a sheep on Pure Breeder. Interesting.
Ooh.
Why? There's a Reno materials. I don't know why you would breed a sheep instead of a cow.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I
he
mean,
does get his cow to 4, whereas now she gets to 8, so it is a point if he doesn't need the food. But he's also potentially nutrition experting, so I'm not sure.
yeah, I guess, I mean, we have to trust that they're doing the math better with their full attention on their own game.
Yeah, I agree. We'll just see what happens. The question for someone, right? Sam? Sam, that made a question? Oh, paper knife. Yeah, the paper knife question.
Yeah.
Just need to remember. Probably, yeah. He's probably talking about through all of his moves in his board. So I think Nicholas is pretty much uncatchable here.
It seems that way. CW does get fencing here. And Sam likely to get Reno fence.
Yeah. But CW's fencing is, he probably does have to dispense here. I don't think he can risk it anymore.
I don't see a point to waiting any longer. That's a 2-point move if you take 3 wood. I mean, it's a 2-point move if you spend it on a field.
Yeah. I mean, the reason to wait would not be to take more wood. I think it would be to sow or, but I don't think there's any pressure to sow, so.
Right. There is not. It is the only person who can legally sow is actually nobody.
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, you're right. Oh.
Ooh.
Why is Sim doing this? Does Gordon have a way to fence in his hand? He just took more wood.
That's just a plow, I think.
Oh, it's just a.
No fencing options in hand.
That's a really rough move by Siv. I mean, he took a 1-point move and he's already qualified, so it's not like tournament gameplay. Surprised he did this. Is he really out of points already?
He has
might be.
crops.
Yeah, that seems weird. I mean, he can take bench grain, I guess.
And yeah, it's well, he doesn't get a wood anymore for plow builder. Though I guess Civ needs plow. That's a greening plan. That's a 3-point plow.
Yeah. I'm really surprised he fenced here. That was just a negative point move. Like, what
Sam's plowing now.
Yeah, he just lost breeding plan value and just scored 1 point. Like,
Does Sivir have wood in hand?
can we see his hand?
No.
Yeah, I don't understand this at all. This feels like exclusively a block, but why? Don't...
I mean, it is just as legit as any other move, given Civ is already qualified. Maybe he
No,
thinks...
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Maybe he thinks that this gets him a better opponent for the final, but I don't really know how you can predict that so fully.
Yeah, he was just trying to beat Gordon, so I guess he's just trying to maximize his own tournament points, which don't really matter, but...
And I mean, once you notice a move is very blocky, or king-makey, not doing that move, in my opinion, is just as bad king-making wise, so...
Yeah, I wouldn't, like, I don't think Gordon really had... I think Gordon should have just fenced 8 when he could have instead.
Yeah.
You're only getting 2 extra points, it's not worth risking there to go to his hand. It's more that this is like it's because it doesn't affect the tournament at all, but it's sort of a bit weird thing to not just try and score more. But it is right that Sid can't win, and is losing to Sorry anyways. I think so.
Yeah. As long as Civ is maximizing something, it's fair enough, and something is pretty broad.
I do wonder if he's actually losing to Sorry though, like because he basically cost himself points for that move. So if he takes like a veg instead, he can just plow with Plow Builder, which is 1 point, and then another Greening Plan, 2 more points. Am I from Greening Plan? What?
Blank move.
Range.
Ock block.
I guess, yeah. I mean, if you're blocking something, you could block Ock.
Yeah. Well, Nicholas, a pretty clear win here. Let's hop back.
Yeah.
Zach does have 2 breeding pairs now at the end of round 13. Looks like pretty high priority on day labor. Second action there. And very possibly a no-field win here for Zach, depending on how the end game goes.
Yeah, he never played Dung Collector though? Like, he should
Oh, Dung Collector. Yeah, that you're right. Of course. Sean, currently thinking, goes for 3 wood and a food. I mean, if that's the kind of action he's thinking about taking, it does say that he doesn't have that much good stuff left to do.
Mm-hmm.
So next round looks like it's 2 points for Sean. He's not going to get Cultivation. Well, I guess Cultivation or Urgent are good for both Laser Trip and Sean, so they'll split those, presumably. Sean opts for 5 food, 1 wood instead of the 3 wood, 1 food.
Fair enough.
Yep, hard to make heads or tails between those.
Yep, like he does need more food. He's like, food is what points basically.
Yeah. The Dung Collector coming after Animal Catching makes a lot of sense.
Interestingly, he has not enough food in the sense Zach, so he might end up converting a play to a food instead of points. Because he only has 4 food coming in the next round.
15... Yeah. Well, it's hard to get 10 on Bellfounder, it turns out.
No. Very difficult, yes. 9 is impressive enough. And it does look like he has it narrowly over Mark, from this position at least. He's gonna get, Mark's pretty far away from renovating. There's a 4-stone on the board actually. Mark's not far away at all from renovating. He has that roof. He should just take 4-stone here.
Yeah.
But Zach also is getting 2 plows in, so that's another, without taking any action, so he's already at 47.
Oh, it's a cow instead of the stone? Well, Laser Trip and Econ Sean are not looking at Reno, it seems, which means...
there are 2 4-stone actions next round.
Yeah.
4 plus. Actually, no, Cleoman's still available, right?
It is not. Laser Trip has it.
Does he have any more stone miners in his hand? Oh, he can renovate. What are we talking about? He's got a mantelpiece. Never mind. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Double derp.
Next other than just getting points.
He has a syrup tap.
Yeah, never mind that. He's not going to take stone. He's with the Renault. Yeah, he's actually ceiling cap himself here. I don't think he can ever beat the Zach in this position.
He is a good amount ahead of the others, though.
Yeah, he is. Clearly. I mean, and he will beer kick for some points here also. So.
Yeah, that's like net 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
More than what's showing here.
Yeah, so he's not actually that far behind maybe, but does seem tricky.
No, Zach has too much already.
Yeah, if his beer kick keeps up with the dunk collector, then he's only 2 points behind. But Zach is breeding more animals.
Yep.
Has stable parts also, so can probably build a stable. If I think both of them are going to run out of point pools, so any amount of points you can get is pretty important here.
Indeed.
Are we still available? No, so that hurdle did it. Okay, so there's no real majors of note left in the game.
So Zach has a Housemaster. That is like a 3-point Housemaster.
What does Housemaster say?
Bonus points based on your major values.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Double the lowest one. And 5, 7, 9, 11 is 1, 2, 3, 4 bonus.
I think he has 9.
He has 10 right now.
He's 10 right now. He's the 9 threshold.
So he could build. No, there's no major left that gets him.
Yeah, just building the 1-pointers is lower. Like,
I guess he could technically build 2 1-pointers, but
that's true. It seems unlikely though. I don't think that's going to happen.
that's like 4 moves for 3 points.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate for Mark that he can't Reno here. I mean, Mantelpiece gave him more points than Reno probably.
Oh, definitely. Mantelpiece a great deal.
Yeah, absolutely. Just unfortunate to just run out of things to do, which does happen. Like his game did look kind of finished even in the mid game, so not entirely surprising. He maybe needed to prioritize a major of some sort because his game was a bit too efficient.
Speaking of games that have finished.
Yeah, that's what we got. Alright, so Nicholas wins pretty comfortably. Gordon still okay, so it still just came last. Okay. So yeah, that move made no sense. In fact, it probably cost him contesting with Sorry. Just strange. We need to ask him what he was thinking about that move. I'm not sure. But yeah, so Gordon came second. That almost certainly qualifies him at this point, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I am pleasantly surprised at how tight these standings are. I mean,
Yeah.
very good play all around this tournament.
Ah, interesting. Civ says his fence move was to make Sorry beat Gordon.
Okay. And it didn't pay off. Sorry doing a lot better on building resources this game, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess Civ was saying he's more scared of Gordon than Sorry.
I mean, that's incredibly fair. Given, Sorry has not been playing much Agricola since, or until this tournament for a few months, I believe.
Yeah, I guess the last game in sort of Swiss format can have some very weird tournament gameplay factors.
Alright, Laser Trip is indeed going to Cultivation.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it'll be Mark and Gordon joining Civ and Zach in the final.
That is what it looks like to me as well. I mean, might as well fill in live while these moves are kind of slow here. This is what it looks like currently. Yeah, there's a 3-point tournament buffer between Laser Trip and CW. And at this point, we are going to need tiebreakers for 5th versus 6th and 7th versus 8th. Econ Sean, we were projecting an urgent... Well, urgent is not necessary. That can be the last action. So 6 wood, 4 stables. Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally right on the ceiling here. Partially not renovating also, which maybe he needed to, but I don't think he's catching Mark or Zizak with the hands that they have.
No, their hands are just way too good.
Why did you paper knife Sam instead of maticking that round?
Yeah, we were thinking, well, it was mostly Sid who noticed that Matic would have been really nice for you. Laser Trip has a plow available here, has cow available. Could go for Reno lines. Yeah, Zizak has plenty of ceiling here.
Mr. Fish Farmer. I guess it's fair. I'm not sure. I don't think we were paying close enough attention to see if people were going to take traveling or fish. There's definitely important markets. I think 3-word start player was a very good sequence for you, but you were in 4th seat and that kind of sucks.
Yeah, yeah. You know, obviously, this happens sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Housemaster for Zizak before taking 5 read. Yeah, Zizak's got, like, way too many points here.
Does he score 60 here? Not quite, right? I think
He's breeding 1 point. I mean, 2 if he's taking day labor. Maybe there's capacity issues.
He still has Bellfounder. He probably won't just take the point. I don't know if he took the point last round, so I don't know if Bellfounder gets the 8 or...
No, he didn't. He did not take a point. BMW's 3 points. Yeah, so day labor, BMW, or read, and then...
Food action, maybe even.
Well, you can eat a BMW point.
Right, but I don't think he has anything better than the 1 point with that points. And the food action.
Yeah, Clay is 1 point. If you go from 1 to 5.
Oh, but he can just turn Bellfounder, so yeah, it's like 1 point. Everything sort of looks like 1 point.
And Veg is unavailable.
Veg is the
Oh,
only
start
one.
player. What are we forgetting?
Also, he has a minor, yeah.
Pottery Yard.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
You know that thing you said was a lot less exciting?
Well, it's less exciting regardless.
Yeah, 3 points.
3 point minor. Yeah, Zizak hit 60. Like another crushing game for him.
Yeah, I mean, this game is going to win some award in the post-game show.
Yeah, it's a very cool game.
I mean, you know, you can't give that much credit to just being able to pick Excavator Stew and getting Animal Catcher next, and then Bellfounder right after that. But...
I mean, you definitely got handed quite a nice little, like, here's your game plan, just go ahead and do it.
But, you know, you dared to get 10 points on Bellfounder, and you got close enough, I guess, is the award.
Does Zach just buy Animal Catcher stuff here?
Well, that's what I thought he was doing.
Okay. I think the stable block was a very, very, very big gift to Nicholas, and I'm not sure it actually hurt Gordon or that much. Yeah, it did hurt maybe a little bit, but.
And yet it still was a fair enough idea for Civ with that kind of. Yeah.
It pushed him up in the queue for sure. Zizak has 8-point Bellfounder, Gordon.
Yeah. I mean, this is just an insane amount of bonus points. Card and bonus.
Yeah. Like Housemaster, Bellfounder, he has max BMW.
It's 11 and 18. It's currently 29 card and bonus.
Yeah. His farm is 30 points, and then he has 29 points off of it.
Very nice game, Zach. Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't lose that Mark also played a very good game here, but...
Yeah. He just got outpowered, essentially, and out-ceilinged.
Yep.
He ran out of ceiling more than anything else.
Econ-chan has an apiary point, 2 breeding points, so gets to 43. Laser Trip has 1 breeding point, and is eating a point? Maybe? Yeah. 1 food short. So Econ-chan will take 3rd. So Zach needs to eat a point. And breeds 2? Yeah.
I think if you don't stable block, Nicholas and Gordon are probably competing for first. I think there's still a competition there because I don't think Gordon gets double grow. And Nicholas' hand is absurdly efficient. So I think there's still a bit of a game there, but you're probably right that I think Gordon's pretty still heavily favored. Once you blocked, I don't think anyone else could win. But yeah.
You breed 5 points? Oh, Dung Collector. So this is a 63?
Zach is definitely favored for the final, I think. Like, he had some absurd games in the setup. One not so great game, but yeah.
Only person to win 3 games.
Yep. And 2 of those wins were really wide, a big margin.
Yeah, I mean, 65-53 and 63-53.
The 65 hand was just completely crazy. This one is really, really good, but not as crazy, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Zach is so good at this game. Zach OP bans Zach.
Yeah, your hand was terrible, so it was. I mean, you clearly tested it. You played basically no cards.
Yeah, you and Laser Trip in separate games gave an additional comment when sending in the picture of your hand, saying effectively how much you disliked it.
I think Sean's hand was also just terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can show up hands again. I think it's reasonable to do that here if you still have them open.
I can easily get them back. This is Civ's hand.
Yeah, I mean, what is this? There's just I like how Patty, it's a good card, and I feel like maybe you should have been able to get that in, but it is anti-synergy with Breeding Plan, they don't really work together. And yeah, there's just not much else here. Law Builder is fine. What is this?
Sivier's plan was 8 fields. Yeah. That makes sense. 9, maybe?
I guess the good thing you got this hand here in a game that didn't really matter in the final.
Yeah, well, here are the standings. Just this last timer thing to fill out. Top 4, congrats to Zach, Sivier, Mark, and CW for moving on. Still solid performances from Econ-chan, Nicholas, Sam, and Laser Trip, all getting well into the teens in tournament points.
Very close from 2nd to 8th. So.
Yes. So for Econ-chan, Nicholas, Sam, and Laser Trip, thank you so much for participating and playing in this tournament. It's been awesome to have you. And yeah, very nice play. Did all of them get 1 win? No, Sam.
Nicholas won. Did Sam not win any? I think.
Sam and Econ-chan may not have won a game, but they put up solid performances. So Mark also hasn't won yet.
Yeah, I think Sean did not win. You're right. He tied first and lost on the tiebreaker, on the turnover tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Mark got 3 seconds, yeah.
I mean, lots of seconds, still, you know, nobody played badly here. I can absolutely say no one played badly.
Yeah, I mean, Nicholas has 1 more point in the last game. I think he gets into the final as well, ahead of Gordon. So.
Oh, in round 3, yeah.
Yeah. Round 3, sorry. But I think he was ahead on tiebreak, because he was 4th seed, right? Yeah. No, he was 3rd seed. Okay, never mind. Gordon would still have 1. That wouldn't have changed anything. He needed 2 points.
Fun little timer for Sean here. No penalty because game under 2 hours. That's all I care about. Hey Trollo, could you sort games by points? It looks like Civ won it. Oh, I could. Am I going to? No. Sorry.
It was pretty annoying to sort. Like,
yeah, I mean, I could do it, but I would need to, like, put these onto a hidden sheet and then put a sorted version elsewhere.
yeah.
Yeah, this already took me enough time to make. Not like the longest, but I don't need to put any more. Your final score is 54. Apologies. Definitely don't want to have wrong info on here. That definitely says 54.
Civ caught up to Sam in the building resources race, but Sam still was a little bit ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, Sam wins.
Sam was ahead at the end of round 3. That never changed. Econ turn also 1 point lower.
Wow, my bad. Yeah, this is what happens when I just type stuff in without actually reading and just presuming. What?
But unfortunately, at least the tournament results are still correct.
Yes. Yeah, I'm very happy with this, how this has all turned out so far. I'm definitely excited for the final. If all the finalists are in chat, and I think they are, we can optionally move the final to the same time as we've been doing it these last 2 weeks, but I have the final scheduled 3 hours earlier, I want to say. Maybe it's 4. I should really check that before saying anything.
Yeah.
But if you 4 all agree on a time right now somewhere in that range, we can do it.
Yeah. Ideally not at midnight.
No, I mean, I'm not agreeing with anything that I'm not happy to do. So... if there's no move to change it, then we're just going to keep it as written. It would be 4 hours earlier. Works better for CW to keep it later. I mean, technically Zizak and Civ are European, and maybe Mark is too, not completely clear. But, you know, their hours are less European. You're in California, okay.
Yeah, I guess holding it at 2 p.m. Pacific means you get to watch the Euro quarterfinal if people want to.
I mean, I already don't know how this this Germany game ends.
I will not say anything then.
Yeah.
Looking at the pictures, which is also telling me the scores.
Well, okay. There seems to be plenty of flexibility among the players, which is excellent.
I guess it's Gordon's the only one who mentioned preference. I guess we'll do it at 2, like 5 p.m. EST.
Just keep it the same time then? Change it to the later option?
That seems to be the only marked preference. So.
Yep, alright. So we will make the game later to make it the same time as it has been the last couple weeks. So tune in next week for Zach, Civ, Mark, and CW Gordon 7. Any of the players want to come in for to chat it up? You're welcome to. If no one hops in the next minute, I suppose we'll end the stream in short order. If not, but of course, yeah, anyone wanting to come in and join, definitely welcome to.
I think Sean's here now.
Yeah. What's up, Sean?
Yo, always happy to hop in. I just wanted to give a big shout out to Zach for opening a stew and a day labor card when I also opened a day labor card. Just really big shout outs to Zach.
Oh yeah, shout outs and snaps for Zach. Nicely done to Excavator Stew. Get past Animal Catcher. Snaps.
So
Yeah.
sad. Yeah.
Very unfortunate for you.
Yeah, it was really. I went like really big in the draft. I also had dreams of like breeding sheep in round 2, and that also didn't happen because someone picked my sheepok that I wanted. So it just like it all was really sad because I had the Ock that like gives you a sheep and then gives you sheep room, and then I had the minor improvement that gives you a sheep, and then I had the Ock that like you can breed in rounds that aren't what's it called, that are not harvest rounds. And I was going to do that, and then someone took the Ock. Everything just went wrong in the draft. Everything was really terrible.
Yeah.
Well, I was very happy to have a 3rd place in that after all of that. And yeah, honestly, though, very fun tournament. Super duper fun to play in. I am happy for all the people who made the final table, and I'm happy that I got to play. Like, honestly, 2 seconds, 2/3 is way better than I thought I would do, so I'm very happy with that.
I mean, you played like very well. Everyone in this tournament played very well. Like you're right up next if for advancing. Like you're very close.
Yeah, I'll take a 5th. I don't mind it. I mean, I'd take a 5th too because it like wasn't. I didn't feel like it was super close. Like I was like one like small action away or whatever. I got clobbered that last game, so it. Like I guess if the earlier game had gone a little bit better, it would have been different too. Like if I had that one more point against CW, but even then, I can't really be upset about that either. So all in all, very well played.
No shot of winning really. The hand disparity was just too large.
No, it was really bad. So yeah, it was very fun though. Super fun tournament. Like really fun playing anytime you can play at tables with just like a bunch of really good people. It's just a fun time. So it's good. So hopefully it is something that happens more often. So like I'm hoping there's some like board gaming thing here in Pennsylvania, and I'm gonna try and find my way too.
Are you coming to WBC?
Yeah, I should go there. I mean, it's like a 2-hour drive for me, so I should just go.
Definitely come, yeah.
Yeah.
A bunch of us coming. We'll be playing a lot of Agricola, if that's something you want to do.
Yeah, that sounds
Also,
cool.
send. I'm sure. Yeah, if you actually come, you know, I think Gray might be showing up for some bit, but also just like we can help you out with a bunch of stuff in terms of logistics. You have help, so.
Yeah, I'll hit you up for that. Definitely, like, this draft. I mean, because playing Arena is, like, fun, and I'm very glad that exists. But at the same time, there is a big difference between, like, ladder grinding over and over and then playing games against, like, you know, people where you have a table of very competent players you're playing, where the incentives are very slightly different. When, you know, at the end of that game, I was like, I don't care about Zach's score at all. Zach's score literally doesn't matter to me. I just have to beat these other two, which, as it turns out, didn't happen. But, like, changing that is kind of interesting and adds some different twists in the draft. I was like, okay, I'm going to play a little bit of a higher risk draft because I know that these people are competent and I think I need to get an edge that way. It didn't pan out. So, like, all of these, like, small strategic things make it, like, so much fun and so different than, you know, playing Agricola, you know, with, you know, people on the ladder where it's a very different experience. So it was a ton of fun. It's definitely, like, scratched an Agricola itch. So, yeah, it was good.
And you don't have to see broken cards every game, which is nice.
That was also nice. Yeah, the ban list was also good, too. I think it worked out. So, I mean, I saw them. They just been around the table.
Yeah. CW asking about the matchup Yeah, the math works out really weirdly. I don't exactly know why the math worked out this way, but if I try to have everyone face each other at least once, it also forces some pairings to happen 3 times, and I did not want that. If anyone wants to explain the math behind that, I'm interested in listening, but it is weird.
I mean, I can't really explain it fully. I did this math when I was trying to run tournaments, and I found that 8 is an uncomfortable number. You can do it with 13. It's very easy to have everyone face each other once.
Yeah. Yeah.
Little just 8s putting content creators against each other. Already like this. I was like, oh man, dude, this guy also does the board gaming thing. It's so cool. I saw him stream the animal Ark Nova game.
Who is this? I missed you say it.
This is sorry.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So,
Sam definitely the leader.
I was a little disappointed we didn't get to play against each other.
Yeah.
So, but that's okay.
You guys want to do a 5th through 8th game?
Yeah, I'm not stopping anyone from making that happen.
I'm good. I mean, if everyone else is doing it and I'm the only one out, then like I'll do it. But otherwise, I'm just gonna chill and watch the.
Oh no, I don't mean you have to do it at the same time. It's fine. You can just play a game.
Yeah.
Also, you're more than welcome to join the casting booth next week if you want.
Yeah, I might do that. Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll probably do that.
Yeah, doesn't have to be super formal in any way either. If you want to just pop in for 15 minutes at a time randomly, you're welcome to do that as well.
No. I mean, if I'm here, I'll be all in.
Dope.
Like yeah. I mean, because you can't pop in like if I pop in like 45 minutes in the Agricola game, like yeah, it looks like he sure has room parts. That's pretty cool.
The audience wants to hear you no matter what. That's what I've learned. So.
But
that's true. It's in the chat if you just want to hear me no matter what.
The most fun part of the casting is the draft and seeing the hands, and well, not the draft itself because you don't get to see it, but the hands after and discussing that. So missing that would be unfortunate anyways. If you want to miss part of the game, miss the mid game because it's less important.
Yeah, the draft is really fun. I should have sent you my opening packs because this one my opening pack was like I don't know, like I could have picked a normal draft and gone normal directions, and then I went for something crazy and it didn't pan out because Zach went for something even crazier.
Well, we can live replay analysis.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, all you have to do is look at the first pack because it just like I went for something crazy. I was like, oh yeah, this could be really cool if it pans out. Because I wanted to, okay, yeah, I see it there. Yeah, because I was like, oh yeah, I picked the junior artist. I hope for something that combos with it because there's a lot of stuff. And then I was like, oh yeah, I see this combo of feed pellets plus this thing that gives a sheep and then holds sheep on it. And so I was like, oh yeah, if I can wield this because that card's not normally super good, and I think there's a bunch of other strong like cards in this pack because there's the animal husbandry worker. There was the day labor card, and there was something else, and I was like, oh yeah, and I was like, yeah, I should be able to eventually wield this, and then that didn't happen, and then I also didn't get any day labor cards, so it all just went to crap. So then my first pick junior artist looked really bad.
Yeah, I mean there are day labor combos already in this pack. I can sort of see taking it. Husbandry worker is a really strong card, so there is that. But
I know, I wanted so bad. I was like, yeah, this card's really good. And then, like, when I built fences this game, too, I was like, I need the animal space so bad, or I would build fences for animal husbandry worker. Because I remembered it, I just was like, no, I need to not care about it, because animal capacity is way too important this game, which ended up being true, but... Yeah, and then after this pack doesn't matter. That was the only interesting thing, because then I just got shafted by Zach taking all the, day labor.
There weren't really enough for two people, anyways. Yeah, I mean the pack's.
No, there never is. If you're drafting day labor stuff with someone else, it's like really bad. Like I expected the animal thing to go, and I was like, okay, this is fine because I can have someone else doing like the day labor stuff at the end of the game for animals. But I really needed like something else other than whenever you get food, you get wood.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fun line here with animal husbandry worker for water belly, like bummerge the well, and then get breeding cows early, but
Picking water goalie first is so scary. I like water goalie, like, taking it eventually. It's so scary, especially because I have Zizak in my game, and I know that Zizak wants the well so bad. Like, the better that the players go, the more it's like, oh yeah, the well is, like, super duper top priority and people want this. Like, I was shocked. Like, there was a battle in the beginning of the game where I was like Zach lined up for the well, and I was like, oh, Zach is going to take this on, like, round 3, so I'm really glad I didn't take this water goalie. And then, like, Mark had the resources to build the well, and I was like, man, maybe Mark's just going to build the well, and then that's going to get sniped from Zach. Like, it's very scary trying to, like, force the well and take a pick on it, and so I was like, yeah.
It's hard to be fourth seed.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. The 4th seed magnifies all that.
Yeah, the 4th seed makes it really hard. Like, I had a bunch of flexible plans, but yeah, it didn't really work out. And then this pack was really bad.
It is.
This pack was really terrible too. Yeah, everything. When I saw this pack, and I was like, well, I'm picking Apiary here. So I'm just gonna hope the junior artist works out, but yeah. But yeah, that was like the falling bar. That's when I knew it was bad. And then when I didn't wheel the other card, I was like, yeah, this is really bad. I went that Dumb Collector too. I probably should take that, but I was like all in on day labor stuff.
Yeah, I don't hate Kindling Gather as a pick there.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was
it was, and I always get baited by Nutrition Expert too, so that also happened. I wish I had the charcoal burn and stuff. That would have been, even though it would have been bad, it would have been very slightly better than Nutrition Expert, I think.
I mean, the funny thing is I don't think Nutrition ended up being bad for you at all.
No, I mean, it gave me something to do with that was not renovating, because renovating was just, like, terrible. So yeah, no, I knew I took a risky line in this draft. Like the junior artist line is like the risky line that has like really high upside, because if you hit the combos, like if I get past the excavator, you know, if I get past a stew, I don't know if people pass stew, but you know, if it happens, it's pretty sweet. Like, but people can pass excavator. Being past excavator, not crazy.
Yeah.
But it's just like when this type of thing happens, then Zach immediately is like slamming daylight present. Well, I have made a luck miscalculation, and that it's not something that I can easily recover from.
Yeah, the downsides of losing this gamble can be very rough.
Yeah, but I felt like it was okay to go for a gamble on this game. Like, it's in abstract, when like there's 2 other people I have to beat to have a chance, right? Because I basically have to beat both Mark and other person to have a chance. I was like, yeah, I think going for a riskier line is better. Because yeah, if I was in a position where like I didn't feel like I could get a super like a locked in second place by just playing super safe, but maybe I could. I don't know. We'll never know. So.
Oh no, Mark's time was so strong. I mean, he didn't get past all the green stuff, so.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of green cards in the draft, and then of course, when there's a lot of green cards in the draft, and you open field large, it makes things pretty easy peasy. So yeah, and he played it well too. I think that he didn't fall into the field watching traps that you can fall into, where you just like plow too many fields early with it, and then get a little bit too far behind. I think he played it pretty well. So
yeah, I mean, Starflex Group definitely allows for a lot of flexibility in how you play it. It works.
Yeah. In the mid game, I was like, yeah, I think I could beat this, and then it kind of like worked out where he got the 2 rooms, and he got like pretty good, like, because I was like, oh, his food is looking a little suspect, and he doesn't have that many fields clouds. I was like, yeah, this kind of looks okay, and then like as it slowly progressed on, I was like, yeah, he's getting a little bit too much off of these grows. I don't think it's gonna be possible. So yeah, it was overall though like very fun games. I'm very happy with how I did, and yeah. I guess no one else wanted to step in, but I was like, yeah, I'll see if someone else wants to step in. So, but GG, thank you again for hosting this. I greatly appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully this happens again sometime. This is so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, thanks to you and all the other players, it has been fairly easy for me. Like, not needing to need a sub is somewhat magical. Like, I don't know how that happened, but I'm not going to change a thing if we do this again, so.
Yeah, 8 is probably the number. I mean, maybe you could expand it to 16 or something.
I was hoping for 16, but like everyone's availability was so uniform across the week and couldn't make it happen.
You can also consider 13 in the future. It's actually a very good number because you just have everyone play each other once and perfect.
And then some people have bye weeks.
No. Yeah, sorry, 13. You're right.
Yeah, the thing is, like, turn-based tournaments, you can do a bunch of extra weird formats, but live tournaments, you are restricted.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And live is way better than turn-based.
Yeah, live has the problem that sometimes you need to find subs, and turn-based has the problem of you want it to happen within X time frame, but it's actually going to happen in 2.5x time frame.
And obviously, time stream if we're do any like fun stuff with that. So.
Yeah. Sorry, to catch up on chat really quick, CW, no streaming for the final. The main reason I don't want you or Sean or Sam streaming, or anyone else who wants to, is just to keep the live audience in one place. It's more fun that way. It's already less active than my streams usually are, given the different times, so, you know, splitting that even more live doesn't seem like the right idea to me. But definitely feel free to record and all that.
Yeah. To answer Mark's question, I do think the Pioneer was just not great here, necessarily. Like, when you're trying to sell 3 fields for Stardash Roof, I don't think it does enough. If you did a Stardash Roof, it looked fine, because then you would get read from it. Actually, very good.
Yeah, we were surprised that it was 2 stones early, right, on Pioneer?
Yeah, I mean, what you could do is just take one. You could play Pioneer, but not do the sow action. Like, you don't. You could just play Pioneer for the stone food, and then have it in play, and then use that for the clay. But I think that sow action was just kind of a wasted action.
Was there a bet in the green field? That was my first thought of what it would be, right? Zach had it.
No, I didn't mark. Did Zach pass Brandon Greenfield? No, he didn't. Okay, he cut it. Okay. Yeah, I think both Civ and Zach wanted us to look at their drafts, which we could do.
Sure. Well, Zach's is right in front of me.
Yeah, so we can do this first. I can't imagine Zach's draft being particularly wrong, given what you ended up with, but... I mean, you slam Excavator.
Worst draft I've ever seen. Alright, I'm bouncing.
Alright.
Thanks again.
Thanks.
Maybe I'll see you next week.
Alright, so Zach goes for Excavator Stew above Field Watchman ? Very fair.
Yeah, the Excavator Stew is very strong.
In your seat 1 also.
Yeah, guaranteed.
Yeah, big combos are good reasons to pass Field Watchman. Then, of course, gifted Animal Catcher. Water Gully here.
I mean, with Excavator, I like Water Gully a lot. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really need the cows, though, which is the biggest thing from Water Gully.
But if you look at the rest of the cards, they're not great.
I might be taking Mantelpiece.
Well, I could see de-drafting Stardash Roof. If you were actually playing for first, I would just de-draft Stardash Roof heading past a Field Watchman.
Oh.
I would just cut it. Like,
And you don't need to play for anything. You can play for whatever the heck you want to.
Yeah, I think if I were doing this in the final and it was just a one-off game thing, I would not want to pass Field Watchman the Stardash Roof in case they got enough ceiling in their first pick. Water Yard is fine too. Yeah. I think I prefer Water Gully to Water Yard. It's just it saves the great action and the cows are still probably going to be useful. Like, it's probably like a 3-point card still. Hellfounder seems pretty obvious here.
Yeah.
Imagine not picking it.
Trowel makes sense, though with Excursion in the game, if you didn't have Water Gully, Lumber Mill would make more sense. Bookmark's always good.
I can see picking Bookmark here as just like really good value, but I think since you're playing a lot of your Ox relatively early, it's a little bit more awkward. I don't think you go Mantelpiece with Excavator, because you're probably going to get your Reno pretty easily. So.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think Trowel is defensible here, but I think I like Bookmark quite a bit. It's just quite a good card.
I mean, Bookmark has a lot of good times to play Animal Catcher.
Yeah.
Like, Animal Catcher is the kind of mid-late game Ock that Bookmark wants to, or can be flexible with. But yeah, Trowel's not bad.
it's very defensible. Like I think they're not very far off.
It's the most obvious
like-
dung of my life.
Really obvious, yeah.
I
I think if we'd
mean,
gone, if we'd gone for a bookmark, I would have probably taken random materials, like potentially, maybe powder ceramics. I mean, the thing is, food is not an issue, so powder ceramics doesn't really do very much here. Like,
it would be continuing to block on the straw thatch roof idea, but yeah, if you're not blocking, then no reason for
my
it.
opponent has a field watch, but it's like they have Infinity Grain. What is powder ceramics really doing? I mean, it turns out that if they also have beer keg, then sure, it could do something. But stone card? No. Stone card? When you have excavator, that seems pretty bad here, I would say.
No, yeah, that's a really bad deal for the stone. It just comes in really slowly.
I don't see clay pipe being particularly good, I agree. But I think random materials, if you hadn't taken travel, would have been fine. And like Pharaohs is probably still fine. Like,
Yeah, furrows wouldn't be bad at all.
so yeah, just cutting bed in the grain field here, I don't really think any of the miners make much sense. So yeah, this is perfect.
If you did take clay pipe, then maybe Collier, but Housemaster has to be
But like, you never
very...
take that action with excavating, right? And with Belfounder,
Yeah,
think
I
so.
mean, on Big House late rounds, you take both,
Yeah, I mean,
would be the idea. Nest site is fine, but yeah, de-drafting bed, nothing wrong with these. Zach just wants us to go over one of the easier drafts. I probably don't take Building Tycoon just because I feel so bad trying to fit it in all the time. By all the time, meaning like the 3 times I've tried.
I don't really know what else you would take here, though. I don't see value in any of the other cards, really. Woodworker's just kind of terrible. Like,
Yeah. Okay, yeah, you don't need the other stuff.
you could, and Pottery Yard is amazing here.
Pottery Yard's great. Though, yeah, I guess I would just be wrong about
I think
Mantelpiece.
Excavator Stew is stronger than Field Watchman Ben in the Grain Field by a little bit. Like, it's just really, really strong. Great deliberate combo there. And then I do think Straw Thatch Roof Draft is probably better than Water Gully. So that may have been a small mistake, but the rest of it is pretty straightforward, I think. Not much to cure. Yeah, there's no other cards. Really. We can look at Sieves now.
Who says it was also easy?
Oh, I mean, all of his cards were terrible. So it probably was easy. Like, are good cards. Let's take a look.
I probably start with Hide Farmer.
This is so bad.
I mean, Hide Farmer not a good combo with Ox Goad. I mean, Stable Cleaner has combo potential, but I'd probably start with Hide Farmer here, and either Ox Goad or Lumber Mill. Second seat.
I'm not a big fan of Hate Farmer when you have easy ways to fill up your farm. It just doesn't do very much.
Ox Goad isn't like all your farm, though. It's...
No, but you're committing to a first pick that is already an on-go and often, like, in the baseline of Hide Farmer isn't super high because you can often fill up your farm, so... Like, I think Stable Cleaner is probably what I would go because there are stable combos. You get past the sample stable and suddenly you're off to the races.
That's one card in 800.
There are other stable things, right, that are good? Like,
I mean, not necessarily with Stable Cleaner. Like,
don't you also have the Grain Veg card?
oh, Shed Builder.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't see much value in Hide Farmer.
I don't like going food negative with Stable Cleaner.
If you really want to high roll, you can go Freemason. First pick Freemason here.
I think I would always pick like Master Builder as a high roll over Freemason.
Probably, yeah. Breeder Buyer doesn't really.
I would have put more time into considering, or I would have really considered Lumber Mill though going second.
What were the options here?
You could take a Casual Worker, you could take a Pen Builder, but Animal Dealer having drafted Ox Goad.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah. I mean,
I would maybe...
I would go Sleight of Hand, actually, over over...
Oh, Sleight of Hand is very good. Forest Plow, I think, is also better than Newly Plowed Field.
Like, why are we taking newly plowed field with Oxcode? I feel like you just take Sleight of Hand here. I mean, Oxcode isn't all your fields, but it is enough of your fields that you probably don't even take newly plowed field here. I really like Sleight of Hand. I think it's a very powerful card, so...
Yeah, I do think it's very good as well. Thanks for the Prime, Nicholas. Really appreciate that. So Zach believes in Newly Plowed over Sleight of Hand. Kelp, you won't get me to complain. Stockyard.
Oh, Combat is really good here. I mean,
Yeah.
I think the minor is completely obvious. This Combat should have been 3 points if Green Blood hadn't come fourth. So, I think Sleight of Hand is just extremely flexible, and I really don't think you're going to need Newly Plowed Field with this type of hand. Like, it's still a good card, and I would pick it second probably. And yeah, I think this pick is pretty straightforward. Like,
Kelp.
you don't have the supplies for Veggie Lover really. I mean, you have Kelp.
I mean, Cow Patty helps with Veggie Lover on its own.
I think it usually doesn't without other help. You need, like, really a lot of crops for Veggie Lover. Green Plant might have actually been a trap. I agree. Cow Patty is so many points that you don't really need to go for Green Plant. I'm okay with Kelp. I can see other picks there. Plot Builder.
You can take Soil Scientist in small scale.
I
Or
guess
Hollow
if you went
Warden.
if you didn't go for Veggie Lover, Soil Scientist could have been interesting.
I think it's interesting regardless.
Yeah. And Plot Builder is a really good card. I agree. It's just that you do have a lot of plow help already.
I would not be looking at, like, I guess you still take Greening Plan here. I would be on Soil Scientist very hard here.
Yeah, I think I would not try to take more plow help here. It's just making the rest of your hand so much weaker. Like, you're basically throwing away your first pick of minor, which is a pretty good minor. But 8 fields, I don't think that's enough value. I think Greening Plan is... Yeah, especially with Cow Patty, I wouldn't necessarily even be thinking about Greening Plan. I might have gone for Thunderbolt here. But Greening Plan is probably still better than Thunderbolt.
You can't do Thunderbolt if you don't take Soil Scientist, right?
I would just not take Lava Builder here. I know it's a good card, but I think we have too much Lava help already. And I want to kind of play Cow Patty and get like max crop points.
Yeah.
And it's really difficult to Greening Plan if you Cow Patty. I'm not sure if Greening Plan actually is more points. You can probably just get like a really nice sow in the stage 6 with Cow Patty.
Yeah, because like, if you max crops versus having 1 point in each, that's 6 points.
Yeah.
And better food. Possibly.
It does take more effort in some, but
That's
it
true.
requires you to plow less fields, which also can be an advantage. Once you take Plow Builder, I think you have to take Greening Plan because, like, why are you getting this many fields?
Right.
Nice, Zark.
Oh, yep.
Forest.
And
I guess you could Forester here because there's literally nothing else. Like, I guess you could consider Stone Importer, but Chief Forester Greening Plan is pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, this is another, like, maybe you don't necessarily expect to get Chief Forester back, but
Yeah.
you definitely wish it was Soil Scientist now.
Soil Scientist plus, was another good card there, right? Thunderbolt maybe? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Thunderbolt's pretty fun with this.
Yeah. Stone Importer could have been picked here now that you have this set up. Like, it's not a good card in your food situation early on. It's just probably too weak to support this.
I mean, yeah. It's not great either way.
I mean, the other 3 cards are almost, like, non-cards, right? Like, yeah, I think Stone Importer is what I would have taken, because I just don't think you can use Chief Forester with the hand you have. Like, you need, like, 1 or 2 souls max. Are you really going to play Chief Forester to get them? It seems unlikely. Yeah, Stonecarver seems fine. Actually, Stonecarver would have been a nice follow-up to the Stone Importer.
Yeah, that definitely is true. I would be picking well, no, I wouldn't. Never mind.
I do think you have to go for very aggressive growth with this hand. Otherwise, like, what are you doing? Your hand is not strong to support that. Yeah.
Okay.
But, like, I still don't think Chief Forester really works because you don't want to sow. Like, it is a card that works with actions only if you want the soul action. Like, why do you want the soul action that badly here?
I don't know, like, I don't see how Greening Plan is winning. Like, I think Greening Plan's your consolation prize.
It is possible you just abandon Greening Plan entirely, yeah. That's also a consideration here. But it is also then losing a big part of your hand. Your hand is filled with a bit too many combos, really. It's just kind of awkward. So here, yeah, do you think you would take Casual Worker or Cattle Buyer over Stable Cleaner?
No, you have Stable Cleaner and this stuff.
Yeah, well, Casual Worker doesn't work, you're right. And Cattle Buyer is, like, not really much of a card, so...
It's not. And that doesn't say anything about Wall Builder.
Oh, I'm already looking at that. I think Uncaring Parents is reasonable. Visionary is just not playable with this hand. You have to go for growth. You have, like, nothing else. Cooperative Flowers, just not a card, really.
Definitely not in this hand.
Uncaring Parents is fine. It actually can be a decent card in some hands, but I also think it's unlikely you can pick this.
I mean, how do you, like... These are all nothing if you need to go for grow, right?
Yeah. I mean, there are some rare hands where you can get... If you spike early grow and are able to double build, like, then you can sometimes get, like, a 2-point Uncaring Parents and it's fine. Because you run out of things to do. But yeah, it just looks very...
So you pick it on that, like, 1% odds of that thing happening.
Well, I think the other two cards do nothing. I don't think you can pick Visionary, because I think you just lose if you don't push for growth fairly aggressively. Like, it just doesn't offer you enough here, I think. Like, the food in the hand is not really that bad.
Now, overall, a difficult draft.
The grow in 4th line just loses here. Like, I just don't... I don't see how that works with this hand. Everything is built around taking, like, having actions and doing stuff with actions and getting some extra value from these incremental cards.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, those cards are really quite bad. So.
Yeah. All right. We're on quite a long post game now, so I think it's time to wrap it up. Unless you want to talk about anything else, Sid.
No, I think it's good. We've been talking for quite a while, and I'll be here in the final. It was fun.
Yeah, no, thanks so much for casting with me again. And again, thanks again to all the players. Looking forward to having one final next week. Same time as this week, not the one written. We've opted to move it back. So yeah, thanks all for watching. Hope you enjoyed this cast. I really hope the audio is better this time. I don't know what to do otherwise. And see you all for the final. Goodbye.